That good-for-nothing wife. Just ditch that woman before we get into real trouble. I overheard my husband Brad and his mother say as they thought I was asleep. Their attitudes had completely changed. They left home, but shamelessly returned, claiming they didn't want to lose their assets, and began causing chaos. When I confronted them with the reality of our situation, their true colors showed. My name is Daisy. I'm 30 years old. After dating Brad for 5 years, we got engaged and moved in with his parents. Initially, we agreed to buy our own house when we had our first child. Nearly 2 years have passed without a child, and we're still living with his parents. Living with Brad, his mother, and his younger brother, I often became a subject of concern for those around me. My parents lived far away and couldn't help, but my husband was always kind, and I had a good relationship with my mother-in-law, which made me happy. One day, I had an accident and broke a bone, ending up hospitalized and unable to move on my own. At first, my husband and mother-in-law visited me daily, showing their concern, but soon, their visits dwindled to once a week. Despite being grateful for their visits, my world shattered when I overheard their conversation after the doctor informed me I might have lasting injuries. She can't do housework or anything, but she's going to cost us more than ever. What a useless wife, Brad sneered. With her lingering issues, having kids is even more out of the question. Maybe it's a good thing we don't have kids. If she stays bedridden, I'll have to do all the housework and care for her. I didn't sign up for this, he continued. I didn't either, his mother chimed in. She was supposed to do the housework and caregiving. If she hadn't gotten into that accident, she could have continued as our maid. What a disappointment. Before this becomes too troublesome, get rid of her. I'll divorce her quickly, Brad agreed. Thinking I was asleep, they had this conversation in my hospital room. To them, I was nothing more than a maid and caregiver. Their attitudes became blatantly cold afterward. Your husband hardly comes anymore, does he? He must be searching for a new woman. Only you had a child, you might have kept him, my mother-in-law taunted. As Brad's visits became even less frequent, she seemed to take pleasure in saying nasty things. However, my brother-in-law stepped up. He did the laundry, checked if I needed anything, and was generally very helpful. He visited me nearly every day and even took me outside in my wheelchair, providing a small comfort in an otherwise painful time. When I felt suffocated by my long hospitalization, I was often exhausted from physical therapy and sometimes wanted to give up. But I think I've made it this far thanks to my brother-in-law. His presence was an immense help to me. Although I'm not getting worse and physical therapy is going well, it's still uncertain if there will be any lasting issues. When I told my husband and mother-in-law about this, they started arguing. Seriously? See, I told you we should have gotten rid of her sooner, my mother-in-law scoffed. What are you two even saying? Aren't you being too harsh on Daisy, who's been taking care of our house and our father all this time? My brother-in-law retorted. In reality, I had been caring for my father-in-law for 5 years while dating my husband. When we started dating, Brad's parents suggested, why don't you live together since you're going to get married anyway? It's a great deal. We can save money, live together, and then get married when we're settled, they added. When I hesitated, they reassured me, it's okay. We have plenty of rooms and we won't invade your privacy. Plus, you don't need to pay rent. You want to marry my son, right? How could I refuse? But in return, they had a favor to ask. Daisy, while you're working from home, can you look after our father who needs care? It's only for 4 to 5 hours during the day when I'm out for my part-time job, Brad's mother asked. We also have my brother, so the two of you can work together. My brother-in-law, who also worked from home, and I teamed up to take care of my father-in-law. My father-in-law and brother-in-law were very close. My father-in-law had a hobby of collecting furniture and even had a separate house just for it. My brother-in-law and I always enjoyed hearing about his hobby, and my father-in-law loved his caring son, Reagan. Eventually, my father-in-law's health began to decline, and after years of care, he passed away. After that, my husband proposed to me, saying, "Thank you for always taking care of my father. Let's continue to be together. Let's get married." Despite having worked hard on housework and caregiving, the moment I became immobile, my husband and mother-in-law's attitude changed as if I were worthless. Even I, normally composed, was infuriated. "Force me, please pay what you're supposed to," I demanded. "Well, I don't want any trouble, so I'll give you the house. Let's waive the division of other property," Brad conceded. I wondered if he would really give me the house, but since my father-in-law had left a substantial inheritance, it seemed plausible. The inheritance, divided among my mother-in-law, Brad, and Reagan, amounted to approximately $300,000 each, so Brad seemed to have enough assets. Reagan was tasked with handling all the paperwork with the executor, requiring several trips to the court, which was quite a hassle. "No way, we can't give away the house. If we divide the property, I'll lose half my savings," Brad protested. "It's just a wastefully large house in the countryside. Even if we give it away, it's not an issue. At the highest estimate, it's only worth about $100,000, and various fees will be deducted when we sell it. It's cheaper than losing half my savings," Reagan reasoned. "Well, if you say so, Brad, but what if she demands more later? What if rumors spread in the neighborhood because we abandoned her?" my mother-in-law worried. As they debated what to do with me, Reagan interrupted, "Then I'll take her in." "Why would you go out of your way to do that?" Brad asked suspiciously. "Ah, you've been interested in Daisy, haven't you? That's why you're so willing. You can have her if you want, but she's no longer of any use to us. Don't ask to take Daisy and the house back later, okay?" my mother-in-law sneered. "Why would I? I just hope you won't come asking for money later. And remember, you can't return damaged goods," Reagan replied sharply. Brad and Reagan signed the papers and arranged to formally change the property title through a lawyer. "I'll take out some money from my savings, so why don't you find a younger, healthier, and prettier woman to marry and build a better house?" Reagan suggested. "Sounds good," Brad agreed. Then he turned to me. "Hey Daisy, get a lawyer to file for our divorce quickly." They said they'd stay in a hotel for a while and left the room. Reagan and I silently saw them off. I had to find a lawyer to file for our divorce first. With Reagan's help, I filed for the divorce, and in a few days Brad and I became complete strangers. A week later, Brad and my mother-in-law packed their belongings and left the house. It was strange that Reagan, Brad's brother, continued to visit me. "Now that I've divorced your brother, there's no need for you to worry about your former sister-in-law," I told him. He responded, "I'm doing this because I wanted to let you know that I didn't get along with you just because you were my brother's wife. We both provided care and did housework together. We've talked a lot more in these 7 years than you ever did with my brother. We're friends, aren't we?" Reagan said with a gentle smile. All I could do was express my thanks and gratitude. A month later, I was discharged from the hospital. Although I had to visit for physical therapy, I felt relieved to be home after such a long time. "Do you think those two will ever come back? I'm worried they might return and make me work again," I confided. "If they come back, I'll drive them away. I can't forgive them for treating you so horribly. Plus, they have no right to return to this house," Reagan reassured me. I was still unable to move as before, so Reagan took care of most of the household chores. Fortunately, as I had been working from home as a freelancer, I was able to return to work and contribute financially. Thanks to the bi-weekly physical therapy, I recovered smoothly without any complications. A year later, I was able to live as before, and Reagan and I collaborated on the housework. We spent more time together, syncing our days off to go on trips. Just when I thought our peaceful days would continue, a storm suddenly came. One night, while Reagan and I were eating dinner, there was a knock on the door and the intercom rang repeatedly. Nervously, I answered, and the person on the monitor was Brad. "Hey, open up," he demanded, thinking this noise might disturb the neighbors. I opened the front door, and Brad entered the house without hesitation. "What do you want?" I asked, irritated by his sudden appearance. "Why do I have to put up with such an attitude just for coming home? This isn't your home anymore. State your business and leave quickly," I demanded. "What are you talking about? I'll be living here again from today." "Oh, I'm hungry. Hey Daisy, give me some food," Brad demanded, expecting me to serve him. "Hey, cut it out. Why are you here?" I asked, growing increasingly frustrated. "Well, I've spent almost all my money, and my mom will be here soon too, so leave the door unlocked," he said casually. As I remained silent, he remarked, "Oh, you're all healed up, huh? That's great. Let's get back together. You must have had a hard time without me." His audacity made me feel sick. "Stop it. I divorced you. I don't care about you anymore," I snapped. "Don't get cocky. You've been living on my money all this time, and you can't do anything but housework. Just shut up and do as I say," Brad shouted, his voice dripping with entitlement. Just then, the door opened, and his mother arrived. "You left the door unlocked." That's careless. Oh, what's going on? She asked, noticing the tension. She's been getting cheeky, so I was giving her a bit of education. She's grown thick-skinned in the year we've been away, Brad explained casually, as if it were a normal occurrence. Once again, Brad and his mother began to make themselves at home as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Enough is enough. This isn't your home. I'm calling the police, I declared, fed up with their intrusion. Oh yeah, about that. This house was originally in your father's name, right? So that means that the heir, including my mother, makes our agreement null and void, doesn't it? Brad shouted, making an unreasonable claim. You promised to give me the house. If you're nullifying that, then everything about the division of property should be nullified as well. Give me half the savings, he demanded. Sure, but I don't have it anymore. Didn't I tell you earlier? I've squandered it all. I quit my job, spent it all on booze, fun, investments, you name it. I also have some debts with consumer finance, about $20,000, Brad confessed, shocking me with his recklessness. I guess, can you pay for me? Brad asked, catching me off guard. Initially, I thought he was lying, but his mother confirmed it. I can't lend you that much money, I replied, taken aback. I'm not asking you to lend it. I'm telling you to pay it, Brad demanded. I'm not giving you any money. I'm calling the police, I declared, feeling the surge of anger. As Reagan dialed the police to report the situation, Brad's demeanor shifted. You've become quite daring in the past year. You're just showing off because Daisy's here, he sneered. Brad began to wreak havoc in the house, breaking precious furniture that had been my father-in-law's keepsake. His mother joined in, destroying furniture and laughing as she did so. It's my father's and aunt's, I pleaded, horrified by their rampage. About 10 minutes later, when the police arrived, I explained the situation to them. This is quite a mess. Let's hear your side of the story, the officer said. What's wrong with me breaking things in my own house? Brad retorted. That's right, we're just crushing things we don't need. What's the problem? His mother added. When the police seemed unsure how to respond, Reagan stepped in. This house has never belonged to these two. It's under Daisy's name. Huh? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Brad exclaimed. Actually, before he passed away, our father-in-law left a will through a lawyer. Of course, you wouldn't know. You handed over what you were told and left the rest to Reagan. So this house was yours from the beginning, Reagan explained. As the truth sunk in, Brad and his mother stood dumbfounded. So, this isn't your property, then, the officer clarified. Oh, hold on, but I'm her ex-husband. We're like family, so she'll forgive me, right? Brad attempted to reason. Don't make me laugh. You're a stranger once you're an ex. I don't even know that you were in contact with another woman before our divorce was finalized and who treated me like a maid if not you, I countered firmly. No, that's not what happened. I was just going along with what my mom said. She ordered me to do all this, Brad. What are you saying? Your failed business, your failed relationships with young girls, your gambling debts, aren't these all you're doing? His mother confessed, exposing his deceit. According to his mother, Brad had been trying to marry a young woman after our divorce, a revelation that left me stunned. He also quit his job to start his own business, but it failed in just a month. Even with money, Brad was rejected by the unemployed man and became reckless, going around playing and gambling, saying that he had money and could afford it. He had said that he had almost no money left, and it seemed that it was indeed nearly zero. You brought this upon yourself. All this is Brad's fault, so at least forgive me. They both desperately pleaded, trying to shift the blame and groveling. This was truly ridiculous. No, I won't forgive either of you. And this isn't something from the past, is it? You were treating me like a servant until a moment ago, right? I retorted firmly. Not leaving when I asked you to leave is illegal. And since the furniture collected by my late father-in-law is now mine, you'll need to compensate me for that, I demanded. But all right, we will compensate you. Just please don't get the police involved. You wouldn't want me to go to jail, would you? Brad pleaded desperately. I actually don't care at all. By the way, we're married, I revealed, shocking them both. It turned out I was married to my former brother-in-law, Reagan. He was now my husband. It hasn't even been a year, and you've moved on to another man, my own brother at that. Brad exclaimed in disbelief. What are you talking about? You moved on before you were even divorced, didn't you? You wouldn't return Daisy to me, no matter how many times I asked. Stop clinging to the past already, Reagan countered, leaving Brad speechless. I don't care anymore. I'll pay for whatever damages there are. How much for my idiot husband's junk? Reagan asked, taking charge of the situation. Well, if we calculate roughly about $100,000, I replied. Ha! What? Brad and his mother were shocked. The furniture that my father-in-law had collected was all high-end pieces made by famous designers. Brad and his mother, who had no interest in these items, seemed to have believed they were just junk, I explained. You're going to compensate for what you've broken, right? We're not sure if we can get the same items, but make sure to pay properly, Reagan asserted. Unable to afford such compensation, Brad and his mother were distraught. For the time being, the police took them away for trespassing and vandalism. Of course, I didn't forgive them and went ahead with the lawsuit. Afterwards, Brad and his mother, who were desperately seeking help from Reagan, were bluntly rejected, with him saying, I'm ashamed to even be related by blood. Brad and his mother were likely receiving their just desserts together. And there's one more thing I kept secret. My father-in-law told me to sell the house and use the money as I wish. Reagan had told me that the price of the house was $100,000, but in reality, the document stated the value of the house around $500,000. It's a good location, so it might sell for a bit more. But for now, Reagan and I decided to take it easy in the house. My father-in-law left us with no plans to sell it. Eventually, we plan to sell the land and build a new house. I had some worries about having children, so after getting married to Reagan, I went to the gynecologist for a checkup. But there were no issues with either Reagan or me. Now, with the troublemakers gone, Reagan and I are living happily together.
I'm Elizabeth Martin, a 45-year-old marketing manager. My life, though busy and sometimes challenging, has always been fulfilling. I work for a well-established company, and despite the occasional high-pressure situation, I find deep satisfaction in my work. My husband Richard is a kind man at heart, but his priorities have always been a bit skewed. From the beginning of our marriage, he's shown a peculiar devotion to his sister Eleanor and her daughter Sophie. At first, I tried to be understanding. Family is important, after all. But as years went by, I began to feel more like an outsider in my own marriage. Eleanor, Richard's older sister, has been a constant presence in our lives. She's a single mother to Sophie, a lively teenager. Richard often involves them in our plans, sometimes even prioritizing their needs over ours. I've grown used to the last-minute cancellations of our plans because Eleanor needed something. I remember the early days of our marriage when I tried to voice my concerns. Richard would listen, but his actions never changed. I gradually stopped complaining, realizing it was a battle I couldn't win. In a way, I empathized with Richard's sense of obligation. Eleanor had supported him financially during his college years, a fact he often recounted with a mix of gratitude and guilt. Eleanor's story was no fairy tale either. She married young, but soon found herself in a difficult marriage. Her husband, more interested in his career, wanted her to be a stay-at-home mom. When she finally divorced, her financial situation became strained. Richard stepped in as the supportive brother, something I initially admired. But admiration can slowly morph into resentment when the scales are too unbalanced. Our life together was peaceful, yet I often felt alone. Richard's idea of a weekend well spent involved dining out with Eleanor and Sophie, leaving me behind with my thoughts and a quiet house. The turning point came 3 months ago. Richard approached me one evening with a grave look on his face. Eleanor's getting a divorce, he said, his voice laced with concern. She's decided to keep custody of Sophie. I knew Eleanor's marriage was rocky, but the news still caught me off guard. Eleanor, with her sharp tongue and haughty attitude, was difficult for me to be around. I recalled our first meeting at Richard's family home, where she had openly mocked my appearance and taste. No one, not even Richard, had come to my defense. Richard's next words were like a punch to the gut. I'm going to be spending more time at their place, he announced. Unlike you, Eleanor is delicate. She needs me. His words stung, but I swallowed my pride and simply nodded. Arguing would only push him further into Eleanor's arms. Take care, I said, forcing a smile as he left. His absence grew more noticeable. Weekends became a solo affair, and even weekdays were spent alone. I'd return from work to an empty, dark home. The loneliness was suffocating. Then, one day, Richard was unexpectedly at home when I arrived, but the atmosphere was anything but welcoming. "You haven't given Eleanor a housewarming gift yet," he accused. "You're getting a bonus soon, right? Buy her something nice, like a designer bag." I was stunned. "Why should I be the one to give a gift? Why don't you do it, Richard?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He became irate, lecturing me on family values and obligations. The conversation left me emotionally drained and deeply hurt. Richard's family seemed to be his only priority, and I was merely an afterthought. A few days later, my phone rang. It was Eleanor. "You heard from Richard, didn't you?" "It's normal to give a housewarming gift," she said, her tone entitled. I couldn't hold back. "You never gave us a wedding gift," I countered. "Not even a congratulations." Her response was cold. "You're Richard's wife. You're supposed to honor me, not the other way around." Her audacity left me speechless. In all my years with Richard, I had never felt so disrespected. It was a wake-up call. I realized that I deserved better, that I couldn't spend the rest of my life in the shadows of someone else's family. That night, as I lay in bed, a plan began to form in my mind. It was time for a change. It was time for me to step out of the shadows and into the light. As the sun peeked through the blinds the next morning, I felt a new sense of determination. Over breakfast, Richard, oblivious to my inner turmoil, talked about his plans to help Eleanor move into her new apartment. I listened, nodding where appropriate, but my mind was elsewhere. Later that day at work, I couldn't shake off the feeling of discontent. My job, which had always been a source of pride and joy, now felt like the only aspect of my life where I had any control. I wondered how I had allowed myself to become so marginal in my own marriage. That evening, Richard didn't come home. It wasn't unusual anymore. I sat alone in the living room, the TV chattering in the background, providing a semblance of company. I realized that this emptiness had become my norm, a stark contrast to the lively, love-filled home I had once envisioned. Weeks passed in a similar pattern. Richard's visits home became more sporadic, and when he was home, his mind seemed elsewhere. Our conversations, once filled with shared dreams and laughter, were now reduced to logistical exchanges. One day, I returned home earlier than usual to find Richard waiting for me. He had a strange look in his eyes, a mix of guilt and something else I couldn't quite place. "Elizabeth, there's something I need to tell you," he began hesitantly. My heart raced, anticipating more bad news. "Eleanor's divorce has taken a toll on her. She's struggling to cope, and I think we should help her more," he said. I felt a sense of déjà vu, another request to put his sister's needs above our own. "What do you mean by help her more?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. Richard took a deep breath. "I think Eleanor and Sophie should move in with us for a while. Our house is bigger, and they need the support." I was speechless. The idea of Eleanor and Sophie, with their entitled attitudes, living in our home was unthinkable. Yet I knew arguing would be futile. Richard had made up his mind, and my opinion seemed irrelevant. That night, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. The thought of sharing my home with Eleanor and Sophie filled me with dread. It wasn't just about the invasion of my space, it was a symbol of how little my feelings mattered in this marriage. The following week, movers arrived with boxes of Eleanor and Sophie's belongings. I watched as my home transformed into a storage unit for their lives. Each box that entered felt like another piece of my sanctuary being taken away. As the movers left, I sat amidst the clutter, feeling more alone than ever. It was clear that Richard's family would always come first, and I was just a bystander in my own life. It was then that I realized I couldn't live like this anymore. I needed to make a change, for my own sanity and happiness. I had to find the courage to step out of the shadow of Richard's family and reclaim my life. As I pondered my next steps, I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't continue living in a home that no longer felt like mine. I needed to find a place where I could be myself, free from the burden of being the unacknowledged partner in my own marriage. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in our house shifted dramatically. Eleanor and Sophie's presence was overwhelming, their personalities and habits encroaching on every aspect of my once peaceful home. Richard seemed more distant than ever, his attention fully consumed by his sister and niece. I started spending more time at work, often staying late to avoid returning to a house that no longer felt like mine. My colleagues noticed the change in my demeanor, but I brushed off their concerns with a smile and a shrug. Inside, I felt a growing sense of despair. One evening, as I finally mustered the courage to return home, I found Richard waiting for me, a stern look on his face. "Elizabeth, we need to talk," he said, his tone devoid of warmth. My heart sank. "What is it, Richard?" I asked, bracing myself for what was to come. "It's about Eleanor and Sophie," he began. "They're going through a tough time, and I think we need to do more to support them." I felt a flash of anger. "More?" I echoed incredulously. "Richard, they've already taken over our home. What more do you expect from me?" He frowned, his patience wearing thin. "I expect you to be a part of this family, Elizabeth. That means supporting each other, no matter what." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My role in this family had been reduced to a mere supporter, an afterthought in my own life. "And what about us, Richard? What about our marriage?" I asked, my voice trembling with emotion. He avoided my gaze. "This is important to me, Elizabeth. You need to understand that." The conversation went in circles, with Richard refusing to acknowledge my feelings. It was clear that his loyalty lay with Eleanor and Sophie, and I was just an accessory in his life. That night, I lay awake in bed, a mix of emotions churning inside me. I felt betrayed, neglected, and utterly alone. It was a painful realization, but I knew that my marriage as I had known it was over. The next day, I made a decision. I would no longer be a bystander in my own life. I started searching for a new place to live, a haven where I could rebuild my life on my own terms. It wasn't easy. The thought of leaving the home I had built with Richard was daunting, but the prospect of staying in a loveless marriage was far worse. After several weeks of searching, I found a small apartment in a quiet neighborhood. It was modest, but it was mine. I signed the lease with a mixture of fear and excitement. I didn't tell Richard about my plans. I knew he wouldn't understand, and I no longer cared to seek his approval. I began packing my belongings in secret, each item a reminder of the life I was leaving behind. The day I moved out, Richard was at work. I left him a note, explaining that I needed space and time to think about our future. It was the most difficult thing I had ever done, but as I closed the door to our house for the last time, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. I was alone, but for the first time in a long time, I felt free. The first few nights in my new apartment were filled with a mix of emotions. The quiet was both unsettling and liberating. I missed the familiarity of my old home, but I relished the freedom of my new space. This small apartment was a blank canvas, a place where I could start painting a new chapter in my life. As I unpacked my belongings, each item evoked a memory, a piece of the life I had shared with Richard. Some brought smiles, others tears. But with each box I emptied, I felt lighter, as if shedding the weight of years of unacknowledged feelings and unmet needs. The following week at work, my colleagues noticed the change in me. "You seem different, Elizabeth," one of them commented. "Lighter, somehow." I smiled, realizing that the decision to leave had not only changed my living situation, but had also started to change me. "I guess I am," I replied. Richard's reaction to my departure was a mix of confusion and frustration. He called several times, leaving messages that ranged from pleading to angry. I listened to each one, my resolve strengthening with his every word. One evening he showed up at my office, unannounced. "Elizabeth, we need to talk," he said, his face a picture of bewilderment and concern. I agreed to talk, but on my terms. We met at a nearby cafe, a neutral space where I felt more in control. "Why did you leave?" Richard asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "I needed space, Richard," I replied calmly. "Space to think, to breathe, to be myself." He struggled to understand, his mind still entangled in the obligations to his sister and niece. "But we're a family," he insisted. "You can't just walk away from that." I shook my head. "A family should be a partnership, Richard. It's about mutual respect and understanding. I haven't felt that in a long time." Our conversation circled, with Richard trying to persuade me to return and me standing firm in my decision. It was clear that we were at an impasse, our paths diverging after years of walking side by side. After we parted ways, I walked back to my apartment, feeling a sense of peace. The conversation had confirmed that I had made the right decision. For the first time in years, I was choosing myself, my happiness. The days turned into weeks, and slowly, my new apartment began to feel like home. I decorated it with things that brought me joy, colors that lifted my spirits, and pictures that reflected my journey. I also started to explore new interests, joining a local book club and signing up for a pottery class. These activities brought new people into my life, people who knew me as Elizabeth, not as Richard's wife. I was rediscovering parts of myself that I had long forgotten or neglected. In this newfound freedom, I also found the courage to reflect on my marriage. I acknowledged the good times we had shared, but I also faced the painful truth of how unbalanced it had become. It was a bittersweet realization, but it was essential for my growth. As I lay in bed one night, listening to the soft hum of the city outside my window, I felt a profound sense of gratitude, grateful for the courage to make a change, grateful for the lessons learned, and most of all, grateful for the chance to rediscover myself. The autonomy of living on my own brought a clarity I hadn't realized I was missing. Each day, I grew more comfortable with my decision, feeling more like the protagonist in my life story, rather than a supporting character in someone else's. However, this new chapter was not without its challenges. A couple of months into my solo journey, I received a call that would once again shift the course of my life. It was from a private investigator I had discreetly hired after moving out, prompted by a nagging suspicion about Richard's increasingly odd behavior and absences. The investigator's findings were a harsh blow. Richard had been having an affair. The revelation was both shocking and oddly liberating. It explained so much of his recent behavior, the distance, the preoccupation. The pieces of a puzzle I didn't know I was assembling suddenly fell into place. Armed with this information, I confronted Richard. He was stunned, unprepared for my newfound assertiveness and the evidence I presented. His apologies and excuses fell on deaf ears. The betrayal was the final nail in the coffin of our marriage. I initiated the divorce proceedings, a process that was both painful and empowering. The legalities were complex, but I navigated them with a newfound resolve, fueled by the desire to close this chapter of my life. Richard's reaction to the divorce ranged from disbelief to anger, and finally, the revelation of his affair had consequences beyond our marriage. It affected his reputation, his relationships with friends and family, and most significantly, his relationship with Eleanor and Sophie. Eleanor and Sophie's reaction to the news was a mixture of shock and denial. They had placed Richard on a pedestal, and the revelation that he was capable of such deception shattered their image of him. As the divorce finalized, I found myself on the other side of a journey I never expected to take. I was now a single woman, with a past that was a mix of fond memories and painful lessons. But more importantly, I was a woman who had found her voice, her strength, and her independence. The settlement from the divorce, including alimony, was fair but hardly a windfall. It was not about the money, it was about the acknowledgement of my worth and the years I had invested in a marriage that ultimately failed me. Post-divorce, Richard's life took a downturn. His affair had not only cost him his marriage, but also his reputation. The ripple effects were evident in his professional life, and soon he left his job. For me, life after divorce was about rediscovery. I continued exploring new hobbies and interests, building a network of friends who valued me for who I was, not for my marital status or who I was married to. The freedom of this new life was exhilarating. I traveled, I read, I created. I lived on my terms, with no apologies or excuses. The world, once so narrow and confined, now seemed vast and full of possibilities. As I settled into my new normal, I realized that the end of my marriage was not just an ending, but also a beginning of a life where I was the author, where each day was a blank page waiting to be filled with my story, written in my words. Life has a way of testing you, offering lessons wrapped in unexpected envelopes. Just when I thought I had severed all ties with my past, it came knocking on my door in the form of Eleanor and Sophie. I received a message from Sophie, now a young adult, her tone desperate. "Aunt Elizabeth, we need your help. Things have been really tough since you left." I paused upon reading it, a whirlwind of emotions overtaking me. Part of me felt obliged to respond, to offer some assistance, but another part, the part that had fought so hard to establish boundaries and to gain self-respect, resisted. It took some time and self-reflection, but I decided not to reply to Sophie's message. This was their battle to fight, not mine. I had already spent too many years sacrificing my own well-being for the sake of Richard and his family. Eleanor also reached out, her voice laced with the same haughty tone that had always made me bristle. "Elizabeth, we're in a real bind here. I never thought I'd have to ask, but we need financial help." I could hardly believe it. After everything that had transpired, Eleanor still expected me to come to their rescue. It was a stark reminder of the dynamic that had existed in our relationships for all those years. My decision stood firm. "Eleanor, I wish you and Sophie well, but I cannot help you," I said as calmly as I could. There was silence on the line, followed by a string of accusations and insults, reminiscent of so many past conversations. I ended the call and blocked their numbers, severing the last threads of a bond that had brought me little but pain and diminishment. My heart raced with a mixture of guilt and empowerment, signaling the end of an era. At that moment, I knew I had truly turned a page. I felt a complete detachment from the life I once knew, a life where I was unseen and unheard. That night, as I lay in bed, I considered the full weight of the step I had taken. There was a profound sense of finality in my refusal, a clear line drawn between my past and my present. In the silence of my apartment, I pondered the journey that had led me to this point. There was a haunting loneliness in recognizing that I was now entirely on my own, that the family I had once been part of, for better or worse, was now nothing but a part of my history. Yet, with the loneliness came a powerful realization of my strength and independence. I no longer needed the approval or validation of others to feel worthy. I was my own person, standing on my own ground, guided by my own principles and desires. The next morning I awoke with a newfound sense of peace. I had faced my past head-on, and in doing so, I had found a deeper sense of self. It was a freedom born not just from my new life, but from the recognition of my inner resilience and the courage to uphold my boundaries. The dawn of each new day greeted me with a promise, a whisper of the untold possibilities that lay ahead. My journey, marked by turmoil and triumph, had led me to embrace solitude, not as a burden but as a companion. With each sunrise I grew more attuned to the rhythms of my own heart, my life now a melody composed of my choices and desires. In the solitude of my new chapter, I sought a friend, a non-judgmental companion to share the quiet moments that bookended my days of self-discovery. The idea of adopting a dog began as a whisper in my mind, a gentle nudge that grew louder with time. One brisk Saturday morning I walked into the local animal shelter, a sense of mission guiding my steps. The cacophony of barks and whimpers could have been overwhelming, but instead it felt like a chorus of hope of second chances. My gaze met a pair of soulful brown eyes belonging to a middle-aged beagle mix with an earnest expression. He wagged his tail tentatively, as if unsure of his place in the world, much like I had been. It was a connection that needed no words. I knew he was the one. I named him Max, and together we embarked on the next leg of our journey, both of us seeking love and acceptance in a new beginning. In the company of Max, my home, once a silent space, filled with the soft patter of paws and the comforting presence of another beating heart. Our walks became a meditative ritual, a time to reflect on the path traveled and to revel in the simple joy of being alive, of being free. Looking back, the road I had traveled seemed intricately woven with pain and purpose. I often pondered on the lessons learned, the tears shed, and the laughter echoed in the corridors of time. Above all, I had learned the paramount importance of self-care and independence, the foundations upon which my new life was built. Freedom had been a costly pursuit, both emotionally and financially, but its rewards were immeasurable. I no longer saw myself through the lens of others, but rather through my own understanding of who I was and who I wanted to be. Some nights, Max and I would sit by the window, watching the stars twinkle in the vast canvas of the sky. In those moments of quiet companionship, I realized that while the future was unwritten, I approached it not with trepidation, but with curiosity and a sense of adventure. I had indeed come a long way, from the unacknowledged partner to a woman of resilience and substance. My journey bore witness to the metamorphosis of a soul from the shackles of neglect to the wings of autonomy. As I pen down these final words, the chapter of my rebirth draws to a close. Yet, the story of Elizabeth Martin is far from over. With Max by my side and a heart open to life's infinite tapestry, I stepped forward, a weaver of my own destiny. "You are cruel and selfish for stopping my son from having everything he wants," my mother-in-law hissed, her gaze piercing into me. In that moment, surrounded by laughter and the sizzle of the grill, a storm brewed within me. My response when it came was a clap of thunder, revealing a secret that would change everything. I always believed that love could conquer all. That's what fairy tales taught us, right? But standing in our cozy living room, adorned with photos of David and me in happier times, I realized some battles were more formidable than others. As I gently dusted the picture from our wedding day, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for the family we had dreamed of but couldn't create. David was in the kitchen, humming a tune that used to make me laugh. Now it was a bittersweet melody. He knew, just as I did, the pain of our unfulfilled dream. We had been trying to conceive for 3 years. The doctors had been clear about my condition. With only one functioning ovary and polycystic ovary syndrome, PCOS, the odds were stacked against us. I remembered the night I told David about my fertility issues. We were just a few months into our relationship, but I knew he was the one. The look in his eyes was not pity, but determination. He held my hands, his voice steady. "We'll figure this out together, Anna. There's more than one way to build a family." His optimism was a balm to my worried heart. Yet as years passed, with every negative pregnancy test, a part of that hope faded. Tonight, we were hosting a family dinner. David's family, particularly his mother, Mrs. Harper, was unaware of our struggles. Each time she asked about grandchildren, a small part of me crumbled. I couldn't bear to tell her the truth, that her son might never be a father because of me. As guests started arriving, I pasted on a smile and greeted everyone warmly. David's mother walked in with her usual flair, her eyes scanning the room as if looking for something or someone missing. "Anna, dear, this is lovely, but you know what would make it lovelier? The laughter of a little one running around," she said, her voice loud enough for others to hear. I felt David's hand tighten around mine, a silent message of support. I managed a weak smile. "Maybe one day, Mrs. Harper." The evening progressed with laughter and chatter, but the unspoken words between David, his mother, and me hung heavily in the air, a reminder of the dream that remained just out of reach. The sun cast a warm glow over our backyard as I tended to my garden, a hobby that had become my sanctuary from the world. The flowers didn't ask questions or pass judgment. They simply flourished under my care. I often wished life could be as straightforward as gardening. The sound of David's car pulling into the driveway snapped me back to reality. It was Saturday, which meant another family gathering, another chance for Mrs. Harper to ask the question that twisted my heart every time. "When will you give me grandchildren?" I loved David's family. They were boisterous, lively, and close-knit. But Mrs. Harper's relentless probing about our plans for children was a constant source of tension. David had suggested telling them about my condition, but the thought of exposing such a personal part of our lives made me uneasy. I wasn't ready for the pity or the well-meaning but often ignorant advice. At the gathering, the atmosphere was lively as usual. David's cousins were there with their kids, running around, their laughter echoing through the house. I watched David with them, his face lighting up in a way that both warmed and broke my heart. He would have made an amazing father. Mrs. Harper approached me as I was helping myself to some iced tea. "Anna, I don't mean to pry, but you're not getting any younger. David needs a child. He's so good with them," she said, her tone a mix of concern and accusation. I felt a familiar surge of frustration. "We're just not ready yet, Mrs. Harper," I replied, trying to keep my voice even. She looked unconvinced, her lips pursing in a disapproving line. "Well, I just hope you won't wait too long. David deserves to experience fatherhood." Her words stung like a slap. I wanted to scream, to tell her that it wasn't by choice, that every month brought a new wave of disappointment and grief. But I held back, nodding politely before excusing myself. Later that evening, David found me sitting alone on the porch. "She doesn't mean to hurt you," he said gently, wrapping an arm around me. "I know," I whispered, leaning into his embrace, but her words cut deeper than she realizes. As we sat there, watching the sunset, I couldn't help but wonder how much longer we could keep our struggle a secret, and what would happen when the truth finally came out. The family barbecue at David's parents' house was in full swing when we arrived. The scent of grilling burgers mingled with the laughter of children playing in the yard. I tried to appear cheerful, but inside, I was dreading the inevitable comments from Mrs. Harper. David squeezed my hand as we walked through the garden, his silent way of saying, "I'm here with you." He always knew how to calm my nerves. As the afternoon progressed, I found a quiet corner to sit and observe the festivities. David was playing with his cousin's baby, a sight so tender it brought tears to my eyes. He was a natural, cradling the baby with such ease and love. Then I heard her voice dripping with insinuation. "You are cruel and selfish for stopping my son from having everything he wants," Mrs. Harper whispered harshly, standing beside me. Her words hit me like a physical blow. The pain, frustration, and anger I had bottled up for so long boiled to the surface. I turned to face her, my voice cold but steady. "Well, we seem to have different opinions on that. I think it's cruel and selfish to cheat on your husband and the father of your 2 children with his best friend, kick him out, and move your bid on the side in 2 weeks later. But that's just me." The words hung in the air, heavy and irreversible. Mrs. Harper's face paled, her eyes widening in shock. Around us, the chatter ceased as our confrontation drew attention. I hadn't planned to reveal her past indiscretions, but the words had tumbled out in a moment of raw emotion. The family's reaction was immediate. Some looked away uncomfortably, while others whispered among themselves. Mrs. Harper burst into tears, turning to flee the scene. The family quickly rallied around her, their disapproving glances directed at me. I felt like an outsider, a villain in their eyes. David rushed over, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief. "Anna, what happened?" he asked, his eyes searching mine for an explanation. I shook my head, unable to find the words to justify my outburst. I couldn't take it anymore," I murmured. As we drove home, the car filled with a tense silence. David finally spoke, his voice tight with emotion. "I'm furious with my mom for what she said, but you crossed a line, Anna." I understood his disappointment, but couldn't bring myself to apologize. The hurt from his mother's words was still too raw, too deep. "I know, and I'm sorry it came to this. But I can't apologize to her." "Not yet," I said quietly, staring out the window at the passing scenery, feeling more alone than ever. The days following the barbecue were filled with an uneasy silence in our home. David was torn, upset with his mother for her hurtful words, but also disappointed in my reaction. I, on the other hand, was wrestling with a tumult of emotions. Guilt for my outburst, yet a sense of justification for standing up for myself. I spent long hours in our garden, tending to the flowers, but my mind was elsewhere. The words I had hurled at Mrs. Harper replayed in my mind, each time slicing through me with a fresh wave of remorse. I hadn't meant to air her dirty laundry, but her constant jabs about my infertility had pushed me to my breaking point. One evening, David joined me in the garden. The air was cool, and the sky was painted with hues of orange and pink. We sat on the bench, the silence between us heavy. "Anna, we need to talk," David began, his voice hesitant. "I know my mom was out of line, but what you said—" I cut him off, my voice trembling. "I know, David. I'm sorry. It's just her words hurt me so deeply. It's like she thinks the only value I have is in bearing children." David took my hand, his eyes filled with understanding. "I know, and I'm sorry for that. But we can't let this tear us apart. We're stronger together." The conversation that followed was raw and emotional. We spoke of our pain, our fears, and our hopes for the future. David reassured me of his unwavering love and support, irrespective of whether we had children. It was a balm to my aching heart. The next few weeks were a period of reflection and healing. I started seeing a therapist to help me navigate my feelings of inadequacy and anger. It was during these sessions that I realized the depth of my internal struggle with infertility and its impact on my identity and self-worth. David and I also began attending couples therapy. It was a space where we could openly discuss our feelings and work on strengthening our bond. We learned to communicate better and support each other more effectively. Despite the progress we were making, the rift with his family remained. David continued to visit his parents, but I couldn't bring myself to face them, not yet. I needed time to heal and to find the strength to face Mrs. Harper again. As days turned into weeks, I started to understand that while I couldn't control what others said or thought about me, I could control how I reacted and how much power I gave their words over my life. It was a slow and difficult journey, but one that I was determined to walk, for the sake of my peace and for the love I had for David. The world continued its usual pace outside, but within the walls of our home, time seemed to move differently. The rift with David's family cast a shadow over our daily lives, a reminder of the unresolved tensions and the hurt that still lingered. David went to visit his family regularly, but I stayed behind, the thought of facing them, especially Mrs. Harper, still too daunting. In these moments of solitude, I found myself reflecting on everything that had transpired. One afternoon, while lost in these thoughts, my phone buzzed with a message from my sister Laura. She had always been my confidant, the one person who understood me without judgment. "Coffee? My treat. You need a break," her message read. Gratefully, I accepted her invitation. Meeting Laura at our favorite cafe felt like a breath of fresh air. As we sipped our lattes, I poured out everything that had happened, the words tumbling out in a rush. Laura listened intently, her eyes filled with empathy. "Anna, you're stronger than you realize. And sometimes standing up for yourself means people get hurt. It's not ideal, but it's also not your burden to bear their reactions to your truth." Her words were a comfort, offering a perspective I hadn't considered. It wasn't just about forgiveness or who was right or wrong. It was about understanding my worth and not allowing others to diminish it. "Maybe it's time to start thinking about what you want, not just what is expected of you," Laura suggested gently. Her advice lingered in my mind in the days that followed. I realized that I had been so caught up in trying to meet others' expectations that I had lost sight of my own needs and happiness. With Laura's encouragement, I began exploring activities that brought me joy. I joined a local book club and started attending yoga classes. These small steps helped me regain a sense of control and normalcy in my life. However, the issue with David's family was like an unfinished chapter looming in the background. I knew I couldn't avoid them forever. One evening, I broached the subject with David. "I think it's time I try to mend things with your mother," I said, the words feeling heavy but necessary. David's face lit up with relief and hope. "Are you sure? I don't want you to feel pressured." "I'm sure," I replied. "It's not just for you or your family, it's for me too. I need to find closure, one way or another." We planned a small dinner at our house, just David's parents and us. The thought of facing Mrs. Harper again was daunting, but I knew it was a necessary step towards healing and moving forward. As the day approached, I felt a mixture of anxiety and resolve. It was time to close this painful chapter and hopefully start a new one. The day of the dinner arrived, and our home was filled with the delicious aromas of the dishes David and I had prepared together. It was a simple menu, but each dish was made with care, a silent testament to our hope for reconciliation. As the doorbell rang, my heart raced. David gave me an encouraging smile before opening the door. His parents stood there, his father with a tentative smile, and Mrs. Harper, her expression unreadable. The initial greetings were polite, if somewhat strained. We sat down to dinner, the conversation skirting around safe topics like the weather and David's job. But the elephant in the room was palpable. As we were finishing dessert, I took a deep breath and turned to Mrs. Harper. "I wanted to say something," I began, my voice steady despite the nervousness I felt. "What happened at the barbecue? I'm sorry for what I said. It was out of line, and I let my emotions get the best of me." Mrs. Harper looked at me, her eyes showing a mixture of surprise and something softer, perhaps a hint of understanding. "I was hurt by what you said, but I also realize I pushed you too far with my comments." "I'm sorry for that," she replied, her voice quavering slightly. David and his father watched the exchange, a sense of relief visible in their eyes. It wasn't a perfect apology from either side, but it was a start, a crack in the wall of tension that had built up between us. The conversation that followed was tentative but genuine. Mrs. Harper asked about my interests, and for the first time seemed genuinely interested in my life beyond the prospect of grandchildren. I talked about the book club I had joined and my newfound love for yoga. She listened, nodding, and even shared some of her own hobbies. It was a small bridge, but it was something. As the evening came to an end and David's parents prepared to leave, Mrs. Harper paused at the door. "Anna, would you like to join me for a gardening workshop next weekend? I think you might enjoy it." I was taken aback by the invitation, but pleased. "I'd like that," I replied with a genuine smile. After they left, David wrapped his arms around me. "I'm proud of you," he said softly. I leaned back against him, feeling a sense of peace I hadn't felt in a long time. The path ahead wouldn't be easy, but it felt hopeful. We had taken the first steps towards healing and understanding, opening the door to a future where, regardless of what it held, we would face it together. The day the tornado hit, I was at work, my mind buried in mundane tasks, unaware of the chaos brewing at home. It was a typical spring day in our small town, the kind where the weather can't decide between sunshine and storms. When my phone rang, displaying my neighbor's number, I felt a spike of unease. "Emily, you need to come home now," her voice trembled. "It's your house, the tornado." My heart sank. I rushed through the emptying streets, the sky a menacing shade of gray. Turning onto our street was like entering a nightmare. Trees uprooted, power lines down, our neighborhood looked like a war zone. And there, standing defiant yet wounded, was our home. The sight of it brought a lump to my throat. Windows shattered, the roof partially torn off, our beloved home was a shell of its former self. But it was still standing. That was something. Thankfully, no one was home when the tornado struck. My husband, Mark, and our 2 kids were safe, which was all that truly mattered. But as we stood there, surveying the damage, I felt a sense of loss for the life we had built within those walls. We spent the next few hours salvaging what we could. Our neighbors, true to the spirit of our tight-knit community, rallied around us, offering help and support. In the midst of this chaos, there was a sense of unity, a shared resolve to rebuild not just our home, but our lives. That evening, we found temporary refuge at my sister's house. Exhausted, I finally had a moment to sit down and check my phone. It buzzed relentlessly with messages and missed calls. As I scrolled through, one particular notification caught my eye. It was a Facebook post from my mother-in-law, Linda. The post was dramatic, to say the least, claiming our house was completely destroyed. I felt a surge of irritation. Linda had had a penchant for exaggeration, especially on social media, but this was a new low, even for her. "Can you believe this?" I showed the post to Mark, who let out a weary sigh. "She just doesn't get it," he said, his voice a mix of anger and resignation. "She knows I hate it when she posts about our personal life." The post had already gathered a string of comments, people expressing shock and sorrow, offering prayers and help. It was a kind gesture from the community, but based on false pretenses. I wanted to correct the post, to set the record straight, but Mark placed a hand on my shoulder. "Let's just deal with it tomorrow," he said. "We've got enough on our plate right now." He was right, of course. But as I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep, I couldn't shake off a growing sense of anger. Linda's actions, though perhaps well-intentioned, had crossed a line, and I was determined to make her understand that. The morning light did little to ease the heaviness in my heart. As I scrolled through the endless messages on my phone, Linda's post from last night glared back at me, a stark reminder of the unwanted drama unfolding alongside our real crisis. Sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee, I pondered my next move. Mark, ever the peacemaker, suggested letting it go, focusing on our immediate needs instead. But the more I thought about it, the more Linda's actions bothered me. It wasn't just about the post. It was about respect, privacy, and understanding boundaries. I decided to call Linda, hoping a direct conversation might resolve the issue. The phone rang, and after a couple of tones, her cheerful voice filled the line. "Emily, darling, how are you holding up? I've been so worried." "Linda, we need to talk about your Facebook post," I said, cutting to the chase. There was a pause on the other end. "Oh, that," she replied, her tone shifting. "I was just trying to let our friends and family know what happened. Gather some support for you all." I took a deep breath, trying to keep my frustration in check. "Linda, our house wasn't destroyed. It's badly damaged, yes, but your post is misleading, and Mark specifically dislikes personal matters being shared on social media." There was another pause, longer this time. "Well, I didn't mean any harm," she said defensively. "I just wanted to help." I softened my tone. "I appreciate that, Linda, but this isn't the way. Can you please correct the post? People are worried unnecessarily." There was a reluctant murmur of agreement from her before we ended the call. I felt a small victory, but the irritation lingered. I couldn't shake off the feeling that Linda's actions were more about garnering attention for herself than genuinely helping us. The rest of the day was a blur of phone calls and arrangements, insurance agents, contractors, family members offering help. In the midst of it all, I kept thinking about Linda and the impact of her thoughtlessness. It was a small part of a much larger problem, but it felt symbolic of the lack of understanding and respect that had always tinged our relationship. That evening, as we gathered at my sister's house for a makeshift dinner, the conversation inevitably turned to the Facebook fiasco. My sister, always the outspoken one, didn't mince words. "You should give her a taste of her own medicine," she said, half joking. "See how she likes it when her personal business is all over the internet." Her words, meant in jest, sparked an idea in my mind. A plan began to form, one that would teach Linda a lesson in a way she wouldn't expect. It was risky, potentially petty, but at that moment, it felt like the perfect response to an ongoing problem. The next day dawned with a sense of purpose for me. As I surveyed the damage to our home once more, I couldn't help but think about the unnecessary chaos Linda's post had caused. The more I reflected on it, the more it felt like a symptom of a much larger issue in our relationship with her. She often overstepped boundaries without considering the consequences, and this time I was determined to make her realize the impact of her actions. Meanwhile, the ripple effect of Linda's exaggerated post continued. Mark's aunt, who had taken the post at face value, had shared her own version of the story, further distorting the truth. This led to a cascade of concerned calls and messages, adding to our already overwhelming situation. Mark, seeing the stress it was causing, finally agreed that something needed to be done. "I just don't understand why she always has to make things about her," he said, frustration evident in his voice. As we sat in the living room of my sister's house, surrounded by a few salvaged belongings, the reality of our situation hit me. We were in the middle of a crisis, yet part of our energy was being drained by a needless social media drama. That evening, I started to put my plan into action. It was simple, yet effective. I would give Linda a taste of her own medicine by sharing a post about her on Facebook. But not just any post. It would be a carefully crafted story, exaggerated just enough to make a point, yet harmless enough not to cause real damage. I spent some time composing the post, ensuring it was just right. "Feeling grateful for Linda," I began, "who bravely saved a stray cat during the storm and is now nursing it back to health at home." It was a complete fabrication, of course, but plausible enough to be believed. I hesitated for a moment before hitting post. This was not my usual style, but desperate times called for desperate measures. I thought about the stress her post had caused us, and with a mix of apprehension and determination, I shared the story. Within minutes, the post started to gain traction. Comments poured in, praising Linda's heroism and kindness. I watched as the notifications flooded in, a part of me feeling guilty for stooping to her level, yet another part feeling a sense of vindication. The following day, Linda called, flustered and overwhelmed by the attention the post had garnered. "Emily, I don't know what to do. Everyone is asking about this cat, and I don't even have one." I tried to keep my voice steady. "It's overwhelming when people share things about you on social media, isn't it?" There was a long pause on the other end. I see your point," she finally said, her voice a mixture of embarrassment and realization. It was a small victory, but an important one. Linda had finally experienced firsthand the impact of her actions. It was a lesson in empathy, delivered through the very medium she couldn't resist. The aftermath of my Facebook post was immediate and revealing. The phone call with Linda had ended on an awkward note, but it sparked a necessary conversation. Later that day, she came over to my sister's house, a rare gesture of humility in her eyes. "I didn't realize how my actions affected you and Mark," Linda began, her usual confident demeanor replaced by a hint of vulnerability. "I never intended to cause you more stress." I appreciated her effort to understand, but years of accumulated frustration bubbled to the surface. "Linda, it's not just about the post. It's about respecting our privacy. Mark has told you many times he doesn't like personal things shared on social media." Linda nodded, looking genuinely remorseful. I guess I got carried away with wanting to be a part of everything. I didn't think about the consequences. The conversation that followed was long overdue. We talked about boundaries, respect, and the importance of communication. For the first time, I felt like Linda was truly listening, not just hearing what she wanted to. Mark joined us, and together, we began to untangle the complicated web of our family dynamics. It was a difficult conversation, filled with moments of tension and relief, but it was necessary, a step towards understanding and healing. As Linda left, she turned to me. Thank you for the eye-opener, Emily. I promise to be more thoughtful in the future. The confrontation had been cathartic, but it left me with mixed feelings. My plan had worked, but I couldn't shake off the guilt of using deception, even if it was for a good cause. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. We began the arduous process of repairing our home, buoyed by the support of our community. The initial shock had worn off, replaced by a sense of purpose and determination. In the midst of the chaos, I often found myself reflecting on the confrontation with Linda. It had been a turning point, not just in our relationship with her, but in how I viewed conflicts and resolutions. I realized that sometimes it takes a drastic measure to bring about change, but the real challenge lies in handling the consequences with grace and understanding. As we slowly put our home and lives back together, I felt a newfound sense of resilience. The tornado had taken much from us, but it had also given us something unexpected, a chance to rebuild, not just our house, but our relationships and ourselves. In the days following the confrontation with Linda, there was a palpable shift in our family dynamics. The air was clearer, albeit still tinged with the remnants of past grievances. Linda's visits became more considerate, and our conversations more meaningful. Yet a part of me remained wary, unconvinced that old habits could change so quickly. As we navigated through the complexities of rebuilding our home, I found myself mulling over the effectiveness of my little plot. It was a tactic I was not proud of, but it had sparked a necessary change. This realization led me to reflect on the concept of revenge. Was it always a negative impulse, or could it, in some contexts, be a catalyst for positive change? I discussed these thoughts with Mark one evening as we sat amidst boxes of salvaged belongings at my sister's house. I keep thinking about what I did with that Facebook post, I admitted. Part of me feels guilty, but another part feels like it was the only way to get through to your mom. Mark took my hand, his eyes understanding. I know it wasn't easy for you, but it did make a difference. Sometimes we need to shake things up to make people see things differently. Encouraged by his words, I started to view my actions in a different light. Revenge, in its many forms, is often seen as a petty or destructive force. But in this
The lavender and baby powder hit me like a slap as I arrange pristine gift bags in Eleanor's nursery. Each perfectly coordinated decoration mocks me. I spent weeks getting every detail right for her shower, while she spent months getting every detail wrong in our friendship. I shouldn't have come early to help set up. But old habits die hard, even when you discover your best friend has been systematically destroying your life. Sienna, darling, the fruit platter goes by the window. Eleanor's voice drips honey-sweet poison as she waddles in, hand resting on her bump. The lighting is better there for photos. I smile and nod, like I have for 15 years of friendship. Like I did last week when I overheard her telling Reese that I'm sweet but simple. Like I did yesterday when I found the emails. Of course, I say, lifting the platter. Wouldn't want your perfect day spoiled by poorly lit strawberries. She doesn't catch my tone. She never does. Eleanor lives in a world where she's the star and the rest of us are merely supporting characters, expected to worship her glow. The doorbell chimes and guests start arriving, a parade of designer sundresses and perfectly highlighted hair. I play my role, the devoted best friend, passing out champagne flutes of sparkling cider, laughing at all the right moments. Speech time. Reese announces after the gifts are opened. My stomach clenches. I know it's coming. Eleanor stands, radiant in her blush pink maternity dress. Before we continue celebrating this precious life, I have to share some amazing news about our dear Sienna. The room turns to me. Dozens of mascara-rimmed eyes, all knowing what I only learned yesterday. My cheeks burn, but I keep my expression neutral, waiting. She's finally found love. After years of... Eleanor pauses delicately. Struggling in that department, she's dating the most wonderful man. Everyone, raise your glasses to Sienna and Xander. The room erupts in cheers and congratulations. No one notices how my hands shake as I lift my glass. No one except Reese, who watches me with a hint of guilt in her eyes. They don't know that Xander was Eleanor's ex. They don't know she dated him for 3 years before declaring him too ambitious and dumping him last summer. They definitely don't know that she's been trying to sabotage our relationship since we started dating 2 months ago. But I know. I know because I found the emails where she told him I was emotionally unstable and desperate for marriage. Where she warned him I had a history of stalking ex-boyfriends. A complete lie. Where she suggested he was just my rebound and she'd take him back when she was ready to prioritize love again. Tell us how you met, someone calls out. Eleanor's smile widens. Oh, it was the sweetest thing, she gushes before I can speak. I actually introduced them. Xander and I have stayed such good friends, and I just knew he and Sienna would be perfect together. She needed someone stable, you know? The room awes appreciatively. I grip my glass harder, imagining it shattering. Imagining Eleanor's perfectly curated world shattering just like it. Actually, I hear myself say, standing up. The words rise like bile in my throat. That's not quite how it happened. Eleanor's smile freezes. A current of tension ripples through the room. Sienna, she says softly, warning in her voice. Don't spoil the mood. I wouldn't dream of it, I reply, matching her tone. I just think since we're celebrating truth and new beginnings, we should be honest about how things really happened. Reese steps forward, hand outstretched. Maybe we should cut the cake. No. My voice is stronger now. I think everyone would love to hear about how you really introduced us. About all the warnings you sent him. About how you've been trying to break us up because you can't stand seeing him happy with someone else. The room goes silent. Eleanor's face drains of color, then flushes red. You're making a scene, she hisses. This is my baby shower. Yes, it is. I set down my glass carefully. And I wouldn't want to ruin your perfect day with the truth. That would be as tasteless as, say, using someone's baby shower to humiliate them. I turn to leave, but pause at the door. Oh, and Eleanor, check your email. I forwarded everything to the entire guest list about 10 minutes ago. Consider it my baby shower gift, a lesson in consequences. As I walk out, phones start chiming throughout the room. Eleanor's scream of rage follows me down the hallway, and for the first time in 15 years, I feel truly, intoxicatingly free. Rain pelts my apartment windows, matching the storm in my chest. My phone hasn't stopped buzzing since I left the shower. Mostly shocked messages from guests, a few angry ones from Eleanor's inner circle. I've blocked them all except Xander. His latest text glows on my screen. "We need to talk. Coming over." Part of me wants to tell him not to bother. The other part needs to see his face, to know if I've destroyed everything by exposing Eleanor's lies. My hands shake as I make coffee, the familiar ritual doing nothing to calm my nerves. 3 sharp knocks. I open the door to find him soaked from the rain, his dark hair plastered to his forehead. His expression is unreadable. "You could have warned me," he says, stepping inside. "Would you have approved?" "No." He runs a hand through his wet hair. "But I would have been prepared for the 30 voicemails from Eleanor claiming I put you up to this." My stomach drops. "What did you tell her?" "Nothing yet." He moves to the kitchen, grabbing the mug I've already prepared for him. 2 sugars, splash of cream. Exactly how Eleanor used to make it for him. The thought makes me nauseous. "She's lying about everything," I say. "About us, about me. I know." His voice is gentle. "I've known for weeks. Eleanor sent me those emails right after we started dating. I just didn't tell you because..." He hesitates. "Because what?" "Because I was afraid you'd run. That knowing how much she was trying to sabotage us would make you question everything. Make you wonder if I was just using you to get back at her." The truth hits like a physical blow. "Are you?" "Sienna." He sets down his mug and crosses to me. "I fell for you because you're nothing like her. You're real, genuine. When you laugh, it's because something's actually funny, not because you're calculating how it makes you look." My phone buzzes again. Eleanor's name flashes on the screen, along with a preview of her message. "You've ruined everything. I hope you're I silence it, but not before Xander sees. His jaw tightens. "She's always been like this," he says quietly. "Even when we were together. Anyone who threatened her spotlight became a target. I watched her destroy friendships, careers, relationships, all while maintaining that perfect, caring image." "Why did you stay with her so long?" "Same reason you stayed friends with her. She makes you feel special when she chooses you, until she doesn't." A knock at the door makes us both jump. Through the peephole, I see Reese, her makeup smeared from crying. "Don't," Xander warns, but I open the door anyway. Reese bursts in, words tumbling out. "Eleanor's being admitted to the hospital. She started having contractions after you left. The doctors say it's probably just stress, but..." She breaks off, glaring at me. "Are you happy now? Was revenge worth risking my sister's baby?" Guilt crashes over me. "I never meant..." "Save it." Reese's voice cracks. "You know what the worst part is? She trusted you. Even after everything with Xander, she still defended you to everyone. Said you were family." "Family?" I laugh bitterly. Family doesn't try to destroy someone's chance at happiness. Family doesn't spread lies about mental illness and stalking. Family doesn't... "She was protecting you," Reese shouts. "God, you're so blind. She knew Xander would break your heart like he broke hers. She was trying to save you from making her mistakes." Xander steps forward. "That's not what happened, and you know it." "Really?" Reese's eyes narrow. "So you didn't tell Eleanor you loved her last month? Didn't say you made a mistake leaving?" The world stops. I turn to Xander, searching his face for denial. Finding none. "When?" My voice sounds distant, hollow. "It wasn't like that." He starts. "She called me late one night, crying about the pregnancy, saying she missed us." "When?" He closes his eyes. "The night before our first date." The pieces click into place. Eleanor's sudden interest in my love life, her careful orchestration of our chance meeting, her desperate attempts to break us up. She wasn't just being controlling. She was trying to stop history from repeating itself. "Get out," I whisper. "Both of you." "Sienna, please, get out." They leave. The door clicks shut. Rain continues hammering against the windows as I sink to the floor, wondering if I've become exactly what Eleanor always said I was. Unstable, desperate, alone. My phone buzzes one final time. A message from Freya. Whatever you're thinking right now, don't. Come over. I'll open wine. We'll figure this out. I stare at the message for a long moment, then grab my keys. I've lost my best friend and possibly my boyfriend today. I'm not losing anyone else to Eleanor's games. Freya's apartment smells like red wine and sympathy. She's already poured 2 glasses and arranged a fortress of throw pillows on her couch. Our usual crisis setup since college. Start from the beginning, she says, handing me a glass. The real beginning. I take a long sip. I thought the beginning was finding those emails. But now, I trail off, remembering Xander's confession. Maybe I'm just as manipulative as Eleanor. Maybe I'm exactly what she thinks I am. Stop. Freya's voice is sharp. That's Eleanor in your head. Tell me what you want right now without thinking about what anyone else wants. I want... The words stick in my throat. I want to stop feeling like a supporting character in my own life. My phone buzzes. Another message from Xander. Please let me explain. Meet me for coffee? Freya reads it over my shoulder. Are you going? I don't know. I curl deeper into the pillows. Part of me wants to hear his explanation. Part of me is afraid I'll believe whatever he tells me. Then don't go alone. She tops off my wine. I'll come with you. Be your bullshit detector. I consider this. Eleanor's still in the hospital. If I meet him now, everyone will say I'm heartless. Everyone's already talking. Might as well give them something real to talk about. She's right. I text Xander back. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., usual place, bringing Freya. His response is immediate. Fair enough. The next morning, I'm picking at a muffin while Freya guards our table like a sentinel. When Xander walks in, he's not alone. Hamza, our coworker from the marketing department, is with him. Hope you don't mind, Xander says, sliding into the seat across from me. Hamza's been helping me sort through some things. Hamza gives me a small nod. We've never been close, but he's always been kind. The type to remember everyone's coffee order and birthday. Eleanor's being released today. Xander starts. The baby's fine, but... I didn't come here to talk about Eleanor. I cut him off. No, you need to hear this. Hamza leans forward. Eleanor's been playing a longer game than you realize. She didn't just try to sabotage your relationship with Xander. She's been undermining you at work for months. My coffee turns bitter in my mouth. What? Those client complaints that got you passed over for the promotion? Eleanor's friends. The rumor about you missing deadlines? Eleanor, she's been systematically cutting off your opportunities while positioning herself as your biggest supporter. How do you know this? Because she tried to recruit me to help. Hamza's expression is grim. Said you were unstable, that she was protecting the company by keeping you in a manageable position. The world tilts sideways. All those missed opportunities, the subtle hints from management about reliability issues, the way Eleanor always seemed to know about my career setbacks before I did. Why are you telling me this now? I ask Xander. Because I was an idiot. He runs a hand through his hair. That night Eleanor called me. She was laying groundwork. She knew I was interested in you, knew we'd been flirting at office events. She played me, got me to admit I still had feelings for her, then used it to make me look untrustworthy when we started dating. And you fell for it? Freya says coldly. I did. But not anymore. He pulls out his phone, shows me texts from Eleanor, dozens of them, alternating between threats and pleas. She's been trying to convince me you're having a breakdown, that we need to help you by getting you transferred to the satellite office. My hands shake as I read the messages. Each one is perfectly crafted to sound concerned while painting me as increasingly unstable. I have a meeting with HR tomorrow. Hamza says quietly, I'm reporting everything, but they'll need your statement too. The magnitude of what he's offering hits me. Going against Eleanor means risking his own position, his reputation. Why would you help me? Because 2 years ago, Eleanor did the same thing to my sister. By the time we realized what was happening, it was too late. She'd already changed apartments, lost confidence. She still hasn't fully recovered. Freya squeezes my hand under the table. What are you thinking? I'm thinking about every time Eleanor helped me by suggesting I wasn't ready for advancement. Every time she introduced me as her sweet but simple friend. Every opportunity that mysteriously evaporated. I'm thinking, I say slowly, that Eleanor is not the only one who knows how to play the long game. Sienna. Freya's voice holds a warning. No. I sit straighter. She wants to paint me as unstable? Fine. Let's show everyone exactly who's been manipulating whom. Xander and Hamza exchange glances. What's your plan? First, we gather evidence. Then, I smile, feeling something shift inside me. Then we give Eleanor exactly what she wants. A very public breakdown. Just not the one she's expecting. The HR office feels too small, too warm. I smooth my skirt for the 10th time while Sarah from HR reviews the evidence we've gathered. Emails, texts, timestamps of coincidental client complaints. My hands are steady, but my heart hammers against my ribs. This is comprehensive, Sarah says finally. But you understand making these allegations against Eleanor, especially while she's on medical leave after a pregnancy complication? I understand perfectly. My voice comes out calmer than I feel. I also understand that workplace harassment doesn't become acceptable just because the perpetrator is pregnant. Sarah nods slowly, shuffling papers. Ms. Shelton has an exemplary record with us. These claims seem out of character. Of course they do. Eleanor's spent years crafting her image, building a fortress of plausible deniability. I'm about to respond when there's a knock at the door. Hamza enters, carrying a folder. Sorry to interrupt, but I have something relevant to this discussion. He spreads out printed screenshots, conversations between Eleanor and various team members, each one subtly undermining me while maintaining her supportive facade. The timestamps span months. Sarah's expression shifts as she reads. This pattern of behavior goes beyond normal office politics, Hamza finishes, and I'm willing to testify about her attempted recruitment of me into these activities. After the meeting, Hamza walks me to my desk. You okay? I don't know. I sink into my chair. Part of me feels like I'm overreacting, like maybe I'm seeing conspiracy where there's just life. That's exactly what she wants you to think. He perches on the edge of my desk. It's how she operates. Death by 1,000 cuts, each one small enough to doubt. My phone buzzes. A text from Sage, another colleague. Eleanor's back. Lunchroom. Crying about how worried she is about you. Of course she is. My fingers tighten around the phone. Don't, Hamza warns. That's what she wants. A confrontation she can spin. He's right, but knowing doesn't make it easier. I spend the afternoon fielding concerned looks and whispered conversations that stop when I approach. Eleanor's performance is working. I can feel the narrative shifting. See people wondering if I really am having some kind of breakdown. By evening, I'm exhausted. I pack up quickly, hoping to avoid another sympathetic intervention, but Freya's waiting by my car. We need to talk, she says. I'm tired, Freya. I know, but you need to hear this. She takes a deep breath. I found something about Eleanor, about why she's really doing this. My keys dig into my palm. What? Remember that charity gala last year? The one where you gave that speech about workplace mentorship? I nod. It had been a small triumph, my first time presenting to the board. Eleanor was supposed to give that speech. She'd been preparing for months, but at the last minute, she got food poisoning. I finish. She asked me to step in. No. Freya's voice is soft. She didn't get sick. She was passed over. The board chose you specifically, said they wanted a fresh perspective. Eleanor found out the day before, but played it like she was doing you a favor. The memory shifts, takes on new meaning. Eleanor's tight smile as she called to ask for my help. The way she emphasized to everyone that she'd given me this opportunity. How do you know this? Because I was dating Marcus from the board then. He told me everything. Freya touches my arm. That's when it started. The complaints, the rumors. She couldn't stand that they'd seen something in you she hadn't cultivated. My throat tightens. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me? Back then, Eleanor was your hero, your mentor. I tried to warn you subtly, but I didn't want to see it. The truth settles like lead in my stomach. I wanted so badly to believe she actually cared about me. She did care. That's what makes it worse. You were her project, her protege, until you outgrew her plan for you. My phone buzzes again. Another message from Eleanor. I'm so worried about you. Please let me help, like I always have. Something hardens in my chest. You know what? She's right. She has always helped me. Helped me doubt myself, helped me stay small, helped me believe I needed her approval. Sienna? No. I straighten up. It's time to help her back. Show her exactly how well she taught me. What are you going to do? I smile, thinking of Eleanor's perfectly orchestrated concern, her carefully curated image. I'm going to give her exactly what she wants, a chance to be the hero. One last time. The plan crystallizes in my mind, beautiful in its simplicity. Eleanor wants to save me? Fine. Let's see how she handles it when her rescue attempt becomes her reckoning. The office kitchen feels like a stage, and I'm about to give the performance of my life. My hands tremble slightly as I pour coffee, letting a few drops splash onto my sleeve. Eleanor watches from her carefully chosen position by the door, close enough to intervene, far enough to maintain plausible deniability. Right on cue, Reese appears. Sienna, can we talk? I drop the mug. It shatters, coffee and ceramic spreading across the floor. I can't do this right now. Hey, it's okay. Reese steps closer, phone angled just right to capture my breakdown. Eleanor taught her well. We're all worried about you. Worried? I laugh, the sound sharp and brittle. Like you were worried when you helped Eleanor spread rumors about me stalking ex-boyfriends? Or when you backed her lies about my work performance? Reese pales. That's not... We were trying to protect you. Protect me? My voice rises. Other employees pause in the hallway, drawn by the commotion. Perfect. By destroying my reputation? By sabotaging my career? Sienna. Eleanor glides forward, concern radiating from every perfect pore. You're not well. Let us help you. Like you helped your last protege? The words hit their mark. Eleanor freezes. Oh yes, Hamza told me about his sister. Did you help her too? Guide her career right into the ground? That was different, Eleanor says softly. She was unstable. Like me? I step closer. Tell me, how many other women have you helped? How many careers have you shaped through careful manipulation and concerned whispers? The growing audience shifts uncomfortably. Eleanor's mask slips for just a second, showing something ugly beneath. You're proving my point, she says, voice honeyed with false sympathy. This paranoid behavior, these accusations, this isn't you, sweetie. Actually, it is me. Finally. I pull out my phone, start playing a recording. Eleanor's voice fills the kitchen. Just keep pushing the unstable angle. Once she breaks down publicly, we can push for a transfer. It's for her own good. The color drains from Eleanor's face. Where did you get that? From Xander. He's been recording your calls for weeks. Turns out he learned something from dating you after all. Always keep receipts. Reese steps between us. Stop this. Eleanor's pregnant. She doesn't need... Doesn't need what? Consequences? I turn to the gathered crowd. Did you know Eleanor's been orchestrating workplace harassment campaigns for years? That she builds women up just to tear them down when they start to succeed on their own? That's enough. Eleanor's composure cracks. You ungrateful little... Ms. Shelton. Sarah from HR appears in the doorway. My office. Now. Eleanor straightens, smooths her dress. Of course. I'd be happy to discuss Sienna's concerning behavior. Not about her. Sarah's voice is ice. About the multiple complaints we've received regarding your systematic harassment of colleagues, including documented evidence. The audience murmurs. Eleanor's perfect mask shatters completely. You planned this, she hisses at me. You manipulative, I learned from the best. I meet her eyes. You taught me everything I know about destroying someone while looking innocent. Consider this my final exam. She lunges forward, but Hamza appears, catching her arm. Don't make this worse, Eleanor. As security escorts Eleanor away, Freya touches my shoulder. You okay? No. My hands shake as the adrenaline fades. I just destroyed someone's career. Someone who's about to have a baby. She destroyed herself, Freya says firmly. You just exposed it. But watching Eleanor's retreating back, I'm not so sure. The line between justice and revenge feels suddenly blurry. I think of all the times Eleanor justified her actions as helping. Wonder if I'm any different. My phone buzzes. An email from Eleanor's personal account. Congratulations, you've won. But ask yourself, when did you become exactly what you hated about me? The words hit harder than they should. In the reflection of my phone screen, I catch a glimpse of my expression. Triumphant, calculating, satisfied. Eleanor's expression mirrored on my face. What have I done? I whisper. What you had to, Hamza says quietly. The question is, what are you going to do now? I look around at my watching colleagues, see the same uncertainty I feel. Have I stopped a bully or become one? Exposed the truth or just created a new version of it? The answer comes in another email notification from Eleanor's lawyer. The game isn't over. It's just moving to a bigger stage. The legal letter sits heavy in my hands, its threats wrapped in professional courtesy. Defamation, harassment, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Eleanor's lawyer has been busy. She's claiming your actions caused pregnancy complications, Freya says, reading over my shoulder. That's low, even for her. It's smart. I set down the letter. Makes me look like a monster for attacking a vulnerable pregnant woman. Doesn't matter that she started this. She's controlling the narrative again. My phone lights up with a text from Xander. Eleanor's sister just called. We need to talk. Now. 20 minutes later, I'm in Xander's apartment, staring at Reese's tearful face on his laptop screen. I can't do this anymore, she says. She's not well. The things she's saying, the plans she's making. What plans? She's going to claim the stress made her lose the baby. My blood runs cold. But the baby's fine. The doctor said, the baby is fine. That's the point. Reese wipes her eyes. She's going to fake a miscarriage. Pin it on you. She's already talking to tabloid journalists, setting up interviews. Jesus. Xander runs a hand through his hair. She's really lost it. She's desperate, I say. I backed her into a corner and now... This isn't your fault, Freya interrupts firmly. Eleanor's choices are her own. But aren't they also mine? Every move I made, every trap I set, I knew exactly how she'd react. I played her like she played me, used her own patterns against her. My phone buzzes. A message from an unknown number. Coffee? I have information you need. Psych. I remember Saiga's quiet presence at office meetings, how she always seemed to fade into the background. Perfect for observing unnoticed. I have to go, I tell the others. Maybe there's still a way to end this before it gets worse. The cafe is quiet when I arrive. Saiga sits in a corner booth, fingers nervously tapping her cup. Thanks for coming, she says as I slide in across from her. I've been wanting to tell you something for months, but Eleanor, she has a way of making simple things seem impossible. I know exactly what you mean. Sage pulls out her phone, opens a video. Eleanor appears on screen, sitting in what looks like a restaurant. The timestamp shows 3 months ago. I recorded this when I was having lunch at the next table. Saj explains. Listen, Eleanor's voice comes through clearly. Perfect setup. Board wants fresh blood? Fine. Let Sienna have her moment. She'll crash and burn spectacularly, and when she does, she laughs. Well, who do you think they'll turn to then? The steady hand, the voice of reason. My stomach turns. She planned this from the beginning. The gala speech wasn't just the trigger. It was part of her strategy. Keep watching. The video continues. Eleanor outlines every step. The manufactured complaints, the strategic support, the carefully timed revelations. All leading to an inevitable public breakdown that would cement her position and destroy mine. Why show me this now? Sega's hands tremble slightly. Because she did the same thing to me at my last job. I changed companies, changed my name. But seeing her do it again? She takes a shaky breath. I thought if I stayed quiet, stayed invisible, she'd leave me alone. But that's what she wants, isn't it? For all of us to stay small? My phone buzzes again. Another email from Eleanor's lawyer. More threats, more demands. But something's shifted inside me. Thank you, I tell Saj. For not staying invisible. Outside, rain begins to fall. I call Freya. Eleanor's not just fighting back, I say when she answers. She's following a script, one she's used before. What are you thinking? I'm thinking it's time to go off script. I watch raindrops race down the cafe window. She expects me to fight the legal threats, to defend myself publicly, to play the game her way. And instead, I'm going to tell the truth. All of it, including my part in it. My voice steadies. No more strategic moves, no more perfect timing, just the whole messy reality. Sienna. Freya hesitates. That could cost you everything. Your job, your reputation. Maybe, but staying silent will cost more. I think of Saig, of Hamza's sister, of all the others Eleanor's silenced. Sometimes the only way to break a pattern is to break yourself open first. My phone
The roses were wrong. That should have been my first warning. Their scent too sweet, too cloying, like perfume masking decay. But I was floating in that dreamy pre-wedding haze where everything feels symbolic and meaningful, even the way the morning light caught my engagement ring and scattered tiny rainbows across the dressing room wall. "You look perfect, Solstice," Ava whispered, adjusting my veil with trembling fingers. Her voice had an odd catch to it, but I chalked it up to emotion. That's what best friends do at weddings, right? They cry and fuss and make everything feel more momentous. I smoothed down the front of my dress, the silk cool against my palms. 6 months of planning had led to this moment. 6 months of Mark's gentle teasing about my spreadsheets and timelines, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners as he called me his beautiful control freak. The door burst open and my sister Ava tumbled in, already dabbing at her eyes. The flowers are all set up, the string quartet is tuning, and, oh my God, look at you. She wrapped me in a careful hug, mindful of my hair and makeup. Mark's not going to know what hit him. If only she knew how prophetic those words would turn out to be. The ceremony started exactly on schedule naturally. I'd timed it down to the minute. The late October sun streamed through stained glass, painting everything in jewel tones. Mark waited at the altar, looking devastating in his tux, and for a moment my heart actually skipped. This was it. This was my happily ever after, my proof that love could last, that not everyone was like my father. I should have known better. I made it through most of my vows, voice steady despite the emotion threatening to choke me. Mark's eyes never left mine as he promised to love, honor, cherish. His words were perfect, practiced. The minister had just asked if anyone had cause to object when the chapel doors slammed open. "I object." The voice rang out clear and cold as winter. A woman in a red dress stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the autumn afternoon. "I object because the groom is still legally married." To me, the silence that followed was absolute. I turned to Mark, waiting for him to laugh, to explain that this was some horrible mistake, but his face had gone slack with shock, then tight with guilt. In that moment, I knew. My stomach dropped as if I'd missed a step in the dark. "Savannah," he breathed, and that single word, that name I'd never heard before, contained volumes of history and secrets. The woman, Savannah, strode down the aisle, her heels clicking against marble like gunshots. "Did you really think I wouldn't find out? That you could just start over with your pretty new bride while our divorce was still pending?" Murmurs rippled through the guests. I felt their stares like physical touches, their pity and horror pressing against my skin. My vision tunneled until all I could see was Mark's face, watching him struggle to find words. "I can explain," he started, reaching for my hand. I jerked away. "Don't." My voice came out surprisingly steady. "Don't touch me." From the corner of my eye, I saw Ava shift uncomfortably, her hands twisting the bouquet she held. Something about her posture, her careful stillness, sent a second wave of nausea through me. She knew, my best friend, my maid of honor. She'd known. The realization hit me like a physical blow, but I refused to crumple, refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing me break. Instead, I felt something crystallize inside me, hard and sharp and cold. I turned to face our guests, my smile as brittle as frozen glass. "I'm so sorry, everyone. It seems there's been a terrible mistake. Please enjoy the reception. The food and wine are already paid for. Consider it a very expensive party." Scattered, nervous laughter. More whispers. I walked down the aisle with my head high, past Savannah with her triumphant smirk, past the shocked faces of friends and family. My heels clicked against marble in perfect rhythm, counting down steps to freedom. It wasn't until I reached the chapel doors that I allowed myself one glance back. Mark stood frozen at the altar, mouth still working silently. Ava wouldn't meet my eyes. And there in the front row, my father watched with an expression I recognized all too well, the same look he'd worn when my mother discovered his affairs. I pushed through the heavy doors into autumn sunshine that suddenly felt too bright, too harsh. My carefully constructed future lay in ruins behind me, but something else was rising from the ashes, something that tasted like rage and promise and possibility. They thought they knew me, sweet, organized solstice who always colored inside the lines. They had no idea what I was capable of, but they were about to find out. I smiled, and this time there was nothing brittle about it. The October wind bit through my wedding dress as I stood on the hotel balcony, watching guests trickle out of the reception I'd never attended. My phone buzzed constantly. Messages from Ava, from Christian, from what felt like everyone except the two people I most wanted to hear from. And wasn't that telling? I'd been up here for hours, letting the cold numb everything until my thoughts finally started making sense. The sun had set, leaving me in twilight, surrounded by the potted mums I'd chosen to match our autumn theme. Everything perfectly coordinated, perfectly planned. What a joke. The sliding door whispered open behind me. "Saul," Ava's voice tentative. "You're going to freeze out here." I didn't turn around. "How long did you know?" Silence stretched between us, thick with unspoken things. Finally, she sighed. "I found out 3 weeks ago. I wanted to tell you, but 3 weeks." The words came out sharp as icicles. 3 weeks of dress fittings and flower arrangements, and you just, what? Decided to let me walk down that aisle anyway? It wasn't that simple. She moved closer, and I could smell her perfume, the same scent she'd worn since college, when we'd shared everything. Mark came to me when Savannah first contacted him. He said he was handling it, that the divorce would be finalized before the wedding. He seemed so sincere, Saul. And then, when things got complicated, my laugh sounded foreign to my own ears. "Let me guess, he convinced you it would hurt me more to know, that it was kinder to keep me in the dark." "Something like that." Her voice had gone small. "He can be very persuasive when he wants to be." I finally turned to face her. Ava stood huddled in her bridesmaid's dress, mascara smudged beneath her eyes. For a moment, I saw us as we used to be. Two girls sharing secrets and dreams, swearing nothing would ever come between us. The memory made what I had to say next harder. "Did you sleep with him?" She flinched as if I'd slapped her. "What? No. God, Sewell, I would never. But you knew he was sleeping with someone else, besides Savannah." The way she froze told me everything. "How did you—" The bartender at the rehearsal dinner, the one who kept giving me these pitying looks. She pulled me aside earlier. Apparently Mark's been bringing different women there for months. She recognized him from the engagement photos I'd posted everywhere. Ava pressed her hands to her face. "I'm so sorry. I should have..." "Should have what? Been my friend? Told me the truth? Protected me from making the biggest mistake of my life?" Each question landed like a blow. "Instead, you helped him, covered for him. God, all those times you encouraged me to trust the process when I worried about wedding details. You were just buying him time, weren't you?" "I thought I was helping." She reached for my arm, but I stepped back. "You were so happy, so excited about the wedding. And after everything with your dad, I couldn't be the one to ruin that for you." The mention of my father cracked something open inside me. You know what the worst part is? When I saw Savannah standing there in the chapel, my first thought wasn't even about Mark. It was wondering if you knew, if my best friend had betrayed me too. "Sul, please, don't." I moved past her toward the door, then paused. You know what's funny? All those years watching my mom try to forgive my dad, I swore I'd never be that person. Never be the one who didn't see it coming. Turns out I was right. I'm actually worse. At least she didn't have her best friend helping him lie to her. I stepped inside, leaving Ava on the balcony. The hotel room was a mess of wedding preparations. My overnight bag, makeup scattered across the vanity, the wedding planner I'd filled with color-coded tabs and detailed timelines. A life I'd planned down to the minute, built on foundations of sand. My phone buzzed again. A text from Braxton, my co-worker. Just heard. Need anything? Below it was a message from Mark. Please let me explain. Meet me at our spot tomorrow? I stared at the screen until the words blurred. The smart thing would be to walk away. Delete their numbers, change my locks, start fresh. That's what my therapist June would advise. She'd been warning me about my trust issues for months. But as I stood there, surrounded by the wreckage of my almost marriage, a different path started taking shape. One that would require precision planning, careful manipulation, and a complete willingness to burn everything to the ground. I picked up my wedding planner and opened to a blank page. Time to start a new list. The coffee shop's morning rush swirled around me as I traced my finger along the rim of my third espresso. My laptop screen glowed with open tabs. Mark's social media, his company's website, every digital breadcrumb I could follow. Amazing how much of your life ends up online when you're not expecting anyone to look too closely. Mind if I join you? I looked up to find Braxton holding his own coffee, expression carefully neutral. Of course he'd know I'd be here. It was 2 blocks from our office, and I was supposed to be on my honeymoon. The empty chair across from me seemed to mock us both. Sure, I said, closing my laptop. Though I should warn you, I'm apparently toxic right now. Eva told me half the office is taking sides. He settled into the chair, pushing a paper bag toward me. Blueberry scone, and the office isn't taking sides. They're just processing. Like how Mark's assistant processed right out of her job this morning. The news had hit my inbox an hour ago. Her resignation effective immediately. Another piece of the puzzle clicking into place. Braxton's eyes narrowed slightly. How did you know about that? I have my sources. I didn't mention that those sources included the IT guy who owed me a favor, or the encrypted emails I'd found. Same way I know about the missing client funds Mark's been trying to cover up. Solstice? Braxton's voice dropped lower. Whatever you're thinking of doing, I'm not thinking of doing anything. I took a deliberate sip of coffee. I'm just gathering information, like how Mark's been embezzling money through fake vendor accounts, or how Ava helped him doctor the books when she did our company's audit last quarter. The color drained from Braxton's face. How long have you known? About the embezzlement? Since this morning? About Ava's involvement? I smiled, and it felt like breaking glass. That's brand new, thanks to your reaction just now. He ran a hand through his hair, shoulders slumping. Look, I only suspected something was off with the numbers. I never had proof, and by the time I started putting pieces together, you were already engaged. And you didn't want to be the bearer of bad news? The bitter taste in my mouth had nothing to do with coffee. You know, I'm getting really tired of people making decisions about what I can't handle. That's not fair. No. I pulled out my phone, scrolling to the photos I'd found buried in Mark's cloud storage. These are from his trip to Aspen 3 months ago. Funny how he told me it was a business retreat, but all the pictures are him and his assistant looking very unbusinesslike. Braxton's expression shifted from defensive to concerned. Sorr, what exactly are you planning to do with all this? Nothing illegal. I started gathering my things, just making sure I understand exactly what kind of man I almost married and exactly who helped him fool me. Wait. His hand caught my wrist as I stood. I know you're hurt. You have every right to be. But revenge won't make it better. I looked down at where his fingers pressed against my pulse point, remembering how many times we'd worked late together, how many coffee runs and shared lunches, how many opportunities he'd had to warn me. You know what's interesting? I kept my voice light. Everyone keeps telling me how I feel, what I should do, what's best for me, but nobody's asked what I want. Okay. He released my wrist, sat back. What do you want, Solstice? The question hit harder than I expected. What did I want? To hurt them like they hurt me? To expose every lie, every betrayal? To prove I wasn't as naive as they all thought? I want the truth, I finally said. All of it. And then I want everyone involved to face consequences for their choices, including me. Including you? I ignored red flags, dismissed warnings, chose comfortable lies over uncomfortable questions. I shouldered my bag. But at least I can own my mistakes. Can they say the same? He was quiet for a long moment. The assistant, Rachel, she didn't quit. She's going to the FBI with evidence. My heart stuttered. How do you know? Because I helped her gather it. He pulled out a USB drive, set it on the table between us. Everything's here, the fake accounts, the wire transfers, the altered records. She's meeting with them tomorrow morning. I stared at the tiny device that could destroy everything. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve to know the whole truth. And because whatever you decide to do next, he stood, meeting my eyes steadily. I want you to understand exactly what you're walking into. I picked up the drive, its weight insignificant compared to the choices it represented. The cafe's warmth suddenly felt stifling. Thank you, I said, and meant it, for finally letting me decide for myself. I left him there, mind already racing with possibilities. The game had changed, but maybe that's exactly what I needed. Savannah's house was exactly what I'd expected. Modern, minimalist, expensive, the kind of place that screamed successful lawyer without saying a word. What I hadn't expected was her opening the door with red-rimmed eyes and a half-empty wine glass. You've got nerve showing up here, she said, but stepped aside to let me in. I moved past her into a living room bathed in afternoon light. No wedding photos, I noticed. No evidence Mark had ever lived here. Just clean lines and abstract art that probably cost more than my car. I brought something you might want to see. I pulled out the USB drive, set it on her glass coffee table. Though I'm guessing you already know about the embezzlement. She went very still. How did you? The same way I found out about the pregnancy. The wine glass slipped from her fingers, shattering on the hardwood. Red liquid spread like blood between us. He told you? He didn't have to. I kept my voice steady despite my racing heart. Your medical records were in his email, along with the messages about the procedure he insisted you get 2 months ago. Savannah sank onto the couch, hands trembling. I never wanted. He said it would ruin everything, that the timing was wrong. The timing? I couldn't help the bitter laugh. You mean because he was planning to marry me? No, she looked up, eyes sharp despite the wine. Because the FBI was closing in. A baby would have complicated his exit strategy. The pieces clicked together with sickening clarity. The wedding was his alibi, a respectable new wife, a fresh start, a way to look innocent when everything fell apart. And I was the loose end he needed to tie up. She gestured at the USB drive. What's on that? Everything. Account numbers, transfer records, emails. Enough to bury him. Your name's all over it too. Fear flickered across her face. I never touched the money. Any paperwork with my signature was forged. I know. I sat across from her, careful to avoid the spreading wine stain. That's why I'm here. The FBI is moving tomorrow morning. You need to get ahead of it. Why are you helping me? Suspicion crept into her voice. I ruined your wedding. No, you saved me from making the biggest mistake of my life. And now? I met her gaze steadily. Now I want to return the favor. She studied me for a long moment. There's more. What aren't you telling me? Ava, my former maid of honor. She's involved. She helped cover up the embezzlement during audits, and I swallowed hard. I think she and Mark were planning something bigger, something that would have left us both taking the fall. Savannah reached for the USB drive, turning it over in her hands. You know, when I first found out about you, I hated you. Thought you were just another foolish woman he'd charmed. But you're not what I expected. Neither are you. I stood, stepping carefully around the spilled wine. The FBI agent's name is Torres. Tell him everything. And Savannah, I'm sorry about the baby. Her laugh was hollow. Me too. Though maybe it's better this way. One less person for Mark to destroy. I was almost to the door when she called after me. What are you going to do now? Now? I thought of the second copy of the USB drive in my bag, of the carefully worded emails I'd sent that morning. Now I'm going to make sure everyone pays for their choices, including Mark. Be careful, she warned. He's more dangerous than you know. So am I. Outside, the autumn air felt cleaner somehow. My phone buzzed, a text from Ava asking if I was okay. Below it was a message from June reminding me about our appointment tomorrow. And there, at the bottom, was Mark. Missing you. Can we talk? I typed out a response before I could second-guess myself. Actually, yes. Let's meet tomorrow. There's something I need to tell you. His reply came instantly. Our usual spot? Noon? Perfect, I wrote back, then added, I think it's time we were honest with each other. The irony of those words made me smile as I walked to my car. In my bag, the second USB drive felt like a live wire, crackling with potential energy. Tomorrow, Mark would learn exactly how honest I could be. My phone buzzed again. Braxton this time. Rachel just finished her FBI interview. You sure about this? I thought of Savannah's trembling hands, of Ava's betrayal, of all the women Mark had used and discarded. Absolutely sure, I replied. Everything's going according to plan. But as I drove home, Savannah's warning echoed in my head. Mark was dangerous. The question was, had I finally become dangerous enough to match him? June's office always smelled like lavender and old books, a combination that usually calmed me. Today, it just made my stomach churn as I perched on the familiar leather couch, watching her read through the printouts I'd brought. She paused, adjusting her glasses. This is quite extensive, Solstice. I've been busy. I picked at a loose thread on my sleeve. Turns out insomnia is great for investigative work. I can see that. She set the papers aside, fixing me with that steady gaze I'd come to both appreciate and dread. What concerns me is how much energy you're putting into this revenge plan instead of processing your trauma. I am processing it. I gestured at the papers. By doing something about it. Are you? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're avoiding the pain by focusing on action. On control. The word hit like a slap. Control. Wasn't that what had gotten me into this mess? My desperate need to believe I could manage everything, predict everything, protect myself from exactly this kind of betrayal? Maybe I'm tired of being the one who gets hurt, I said finally. Maybe I want them to understand what it feels like. And what about what it feels like for you, right now? She leaned forward slightly. When was the last time you actually let yourself feel the grief of what happened? My phone buzzed. Another message from Mark about our upcoming meeting. I ignored it, but June noticed. Still in contact with him? It's necessary for the plan. Is it? Or is it a way to maintain connection, even a painful one? I stood abruptly, moving to the window. Outside, leaves skittered across the parking lot, red and gold and dying. You don't understand. This isn't just about the wedding anymore. Mark and Ava, they've hurt other people. They're still hurting people.
The night air was thick with tension as Adrian's words sliced through the silence of our living room. "I regret marrying an older woman," he spat out, his eyes devoid of the warmth I once knew. His words stung, a stark reminder of how far we drifted apart. "My name is Alara, a 36-year-old woman working for an international corporation. Life with Adrian, my husband, 3 years my junior, started as a harmonious melody. He was a charismatic leader, the kind who naturally commanded attention. I never minded his dominance. In fact, it brought a sense of balance to our relationship. Our routine was simple. I managed the household chores while Adrian took charge of our outdoor activities. It was a dynamic that worked, until the day my father fell seriously ill. I still remember the frantic call from my mother, her voice trembling, telling me about my father's worsening condition. I rushed to the hospital, only to find that I was too late. The grief was overwhelming, a void that seemed to consume everything, including my marriage. Adrian's lack of empathy during that time was the first crack in our once solid foundation. He didn't come to the hospital, citing urgent work commitments. I tried to understand, to justify his absence, but deep down, I knew something was amiss. As I navigated through the pain of losing my father, Adrian's support was conspicuously absent. His true colors began to show, his once endearing confidence turning into unbearable arrogance. Our conversations, once filled with laughter and dreams, now echoed with arguments and bitter words. "Alara, can't you see I'm under a lot of pressure at work?" Adrian would often say, dismissing my attempts to discuss our strained relationship. I tried to hold on, believing that this was just a phase, a hurdle we could overcome. But the man I married, the man who promised to stand by me through thick and thin, was slowly fading away, replaced by a stranger who wore his face. Tonight was different, though. Tonight his words were like a cold, sharp blade, cutting through any pretense of affection or respect. His disdain was clear, his regret for our marriage palpable. "You're older, Alara. You should be grateful that someone like me chose to marry you," Adrian sneered, his voice laced with contempt. The words hit me like a physical blow, leaving me breathless. The realization dawned on me, harsh and unyielding. The man I loved, the man I had built my life with, saw me as nothing more than a convenience, a mistake he regretted. I stood there silent, the weight of his words crushing me. But amidst the pain, a spark of something else flickered, anger, defiance, perhaps even a hint of liberation. I was more than the sum of my years, more than Adrian's condescending view of me. The night ended with Adrian storming off to our bedroom, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The silence of the house was a stark contrast to the turmoil within me. But as I sat there, a plan began to form, a path to reclaiming my life from the shadows of a love that had turned into something unrecognizable. The next morning dawned with a sense of purpose. As I prepared for the day, the resolve in my heart grew stronger. It was time to take a stand, to show Adrian that I was not the weak, older woman he thought he could belittle and discard. The stage was set, and I was ready to turn the tables. It was time for Adrian to see the true strength of the woman he had underestimated. The days following our heated argument felt like walking through a dense fog. Adrian's presence in our home turned into a constant reminder of the deepening chasm between us. His dismissive attitude, once an occasional irritation, had now become a daily occurrence. It was a Thursday evening when things escalated. I had just returned from a grueling day at work, hoping for a quiet night, but the moment I stepped in, I knew peace was a luxury I wouldn't have. "Alara, you're late again." Adrian's voice was cold, devoid of concern. "I had to attend a dinner alone because you couldn't make time." "I had an important meeting, Adrian. I told you this morning," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's your excuse for everything, isn't it?" "Your work, always your work," he retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I felt a familiar surge of frustration. "What do you want me to do, Adrian? Quit my job to cater to your every whim?" His laugh was bitter. "Oh, please, you and your high-flying job. You think you're so important, don't you?" The conversation spiraled from there, each word a sharpened barb aimed to wound. Adrian's ability to twist my words left me reeling. His accusations were baseless, yet delivered with a conviction that made me question my own sanity. "Maybe I was wrong about you, Alara. Maybe you're not the woman I thought I married," he sneered. I couldn't help but laugh, a hollow sound that echoed off the walls. And who did you think you married, Adrian? A submissive wife who would bow to your every demand? He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. Maybe I should have. At least she would have appreciated what I do for her. The audacity of his words left me speechless. The man I once saw as my partner, my equal, now stood before me as someone unrecognizable, someone who viewed our marriage as a transaction. As the night wore on, the realization sank in. This wasn't just a rough patch. This was a fundamental mismatch of values and respect. The man I married, who once looked at me with love, now gazed at me with disdain and entitlement. I lay awake that night, the echoes of our argument replaying in my mind. The more I thought, the clearer it became. I couldn't continue living this way. I needed to break free from the oppressive atmosphere that our home had become. The next morning, I woke up with a sense of clarity. It was time to start planning my escape from this toxic marriage. I needed to gather my strength, my resources, and most importantly, my dignity. As I left for work, I glanced back at the house, a place that once symbolized love and companionship. Now it stood as a monument to my misplaced trust and a relationship that had soured beyond repair. The battle lines were drawn, and I was ready to fight for my freedom. Adrian's reign of emotional tyranny was about to come to an end, and I was determined to emerge victorious. The tension in our house was like a thick fog, suffocating and relentless. Adrian's disdain had become more overt, his words more cutting. But it was on the eve of my father's first death anniversary that everything reached a boiling point. "I can't believe you expect me to attend this morbid gathering," Adrian said disdainfully as I prepared for the next day. "It's important to me, Adrian. It's about honoring my father's memory," I replied, my voice laced with a plea for understanding. "Your father, not mine. Why should I have to waste my time?" He scoffed, rolling his eyes. I felt a wave of anger surge through me. "It's not a waste of time to support your wife during a time of grief," Adrian snorted. "Oh, please. It's been a year, Alara. You need to move on. Besides, I have more important things to do." His words stung like a slap. "More important than your wife's feelings?" I shot back, my voice rising. He smirked. "Exactly. I'm glad you're finally understanding where your little family drama stands in the grand scheme of things." That was it, the final straw. My patience, worn thin by months of neglect and disrespect, finally shattered. "You're unbelievable, Adrian. You're selfish, heartless." He leaned in, his eyes cold. "That's rich coming from you, Alara. Always so wrapped up in your work, in your own world." I couldn't contain my fury. "At least I care about others, unlike you." Adrian laughed, a cruel, mocking sound. "Care? Is that what you call it? It's no wonder your father was always so disappointed in you." That lie, that unfounded accusation about my beloved father, was more than I could bear. "Get out," I hissed, my voice trembling with rage. "What?" Adrian's smirk faded, replaced by a look of surprise. "Get out of this house! I can't stand to look at you anymore." I shouted, the words erupting from deep within me. For a moment, Adrian looked taken aback, but then his expression hardened. "Fine, if that's what you want. But remember, Alara, you're the one who's going to end up alone." With those parting words, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. I stood there, shaking, a mix of anger, relief, and profound sadness washing over me. The house was eerily silent, the void left by Adrian's absence, both a balm and a reminder of what our marriage had become. I sank onto the couch, my thoughts a whirlwind of emotions. One thing was clear: I couldn't let Adrian get away with his behavior. It was time for him to learn that his actions had consequences. As I sat there, a plan began to form in my mind. I would not only leave Adrian, but I would also make sure he regretted the way he treated me. He thought he could demean me, abandon me in my time of need, and face no repercussions? He was sorely mistaken. I would start by securing my finances, ensuring I was in a strong position to leave. Then I would gather evidence of Adrian's emotional abuse, his neglect, and his infidelity, if my suspicions were correct. He wouldn't see it coming. He was too arrogant to ever imagine I could be a threat. But I was more than he bargained for. I was Alara, and I was done being the victim. It was time for Adrian to pay for his cruelty, and I was just the person to ensure he did. The morning of my father's death anniversary dawned, a somber reminder of the loss that still echoed in my heart. Adrian had not returned since our explosive argument, and his absence on this significant day only deepened the wound. As I dressed in black, preparing to honor my father's memory, my phone buzzed. It was Adrian, his name on the screen reigniting a flicker of anger. I answered, bracing myself. Alara, I've decided I won't be attending the memorial today. Adrian's voice was casual, almost indifferent. You decided? It's my father's anniversary, Adrian. I couldn't keep the hurt out of my voice. Yeah, well, I have a golf game with some clients. It's important for my career, he replied nonchalantly. I felt a bitter laugh escape my lips. Your career? Is that all you ever think about? What's that supposed to mean? You're one to talk about obsession with work, he retorted. This isn't about work, Adrian. This is about being there for your wife when she needs you, I shot back, my voice trembling with emotion. Adrian sighed audibly. Look, Alara, we both know you're capable of handling this on your own. You always do. That's not the point, I exclaimed, feeling a surge of frustration. Whatever, Alara, I don't have time for this. I need to get ready, he said, dismissive as ever. The call ended abruptly, leaving me standing in silence, the weight of his absence heavier than ever. It was in that moment, surrounded by the cold walls of our home, that I realized Adrian would never change. He was a man consumed by his own needs, incapable of empathy or support. As I made my way to the memorial service, memories of my father flooded my mind. He had always been my pillar of strength, a guiding light through my darkest days. Now, in his absence, I found myself facing one of my greatest challenges alone. Throughout the service, I put on a brave face, but inside I was seething with a mix of grief and anger. Adrian's blatant disregard for my feelings was a betrayal I couldn't forgive. He had promised to be my partner, to stand by me in good times and bad, yet here I was, mourning alone, while he played golf. The ride home was a blur, my mind racing with thoughts of revenge. Adrian had pushed me too far, and it was time he faced the consequences of his selfishness. I began to lay the groundwork for my plan. First, I would secure my financial independence, ensuring I had the resources to leave Adrian for good. Then, I would gather evidence of his neglect and emotional abuse, building a case that would leave him with nothing. As I walked through the door of our now loveless home, I felt a newfound sense of determination. Adrian had underestimated me, mistaking my patience for weakness, but he was about to learn just how strong Alara could be. The game had changed, and I was no longer playing by his rules. It was time for Adrian to face the music, and I would be the one conducting the orchestra. The days following the memorial were a blur of silent preparation and cold determination. I was like a chess player, meticulously planning each move. My first step was to secure my financial independence, a task I approached with a newfound sense of urgency. It was during this time that I made a discovery that would escalate my plans. I found divorce papers on Adrian's desk, already signed. His boldness in preparing for a divorce without even a discussion was a clear message of his disregard for our marriage. Staring at the papers, a mixture of shock and relief washed over me. This was the point of no return. I called Adrian, needing to confront him about this final betrayal. Adrian, I found the divorce papers. Is this how you tell me it's over? My voice was steady, masking the turmoil inside. His laughter chilled me. Oh, you found them? Saves me the trouble of bringing it up. I thought it's what you wanted, given how things have been. His casual dismissal of our marriage ignited a fire within me. You think you can just discard me like this after everything? It's not about discarding, Alara. It's about moving on. I need someone who supports my career, not someone who's always competing with me, he replied, his tone laced with arrogance. The irony of his words was almost laughable. Support your career? What about my career, Adrian? What about supporting me? Adrian scoffed. Your career. Please, Alara, it's always been about you and your achievements. I'm tired of being in your shadow. His words stung, but I refused to let him see my pain. You're delusional, Adrian. You've always been the one in the spotlight. I was just the one behind you, cleaning up your messes. There was a pause, and then Adrian's voice turned cold. Well, Alara, if you're not happy with the divorce, feel free to contest it. But I'm done here. I need a fresh start, with someone who appreciates me. The call ended, leaving me standing in a room filled with memories of a love that had turned sour. But amidst the heartache, there was a sense of liberation. Adrian had shown his true colors, and now it was time for me to paint a new picture of my life. one where he had no place. I would take the divorce papers to the family court, but not before ensuring I had everything in place to leave Adrian with nothing but his arrogance. He thought he could control me, break me down, but he was about to learn that Alara was not a woman to be underestimated. The revenge I planned was not just for me, but for every moment of neglect, every insult, every time he made me feel unworthy. Adrian would regret the day he underestimated the strength of the woman he married. As I set my plan into motion, a sense of empowerment enveloped me. I was no longer the passive wife, bending to Adrian's will. I was a force to be reckoned with, and my storm was just beginning. The days that followed were a whirlwind of activity. I meticulously gathered evidence of Adrian's neglect and emotional abuse, documenting each instance with precision. It was a grim task, but necessary for the battle ahead. As I prepared for my next move, fate intervened in an unexpected way. I learned through mutual acquaintances that Adrian's career was faltering. His overconfidence had led to several critical mistakes at work, and his reputation was suffering. This news, though not surprising, gave me an added edge. Adrian's world was starting to crumble, and I was ready to give it the final push. Then came the day of reckoning. I confronted Adrian one last time, armed with the evidence I had gathered and a steely resolve. "Adrian, we need to talk," I said, my voice calm but firm as he walked through the door. He glanced at me, annoyance flickering in his eyes. "What now, Alara? I'm tired and not in the mood for another one of your lectures." "It's not a lecture. It's about the divorce," I replied, holding up the papers. He smirked. "Finally ready to sign them? Decided to give up?" I met his gaze, unwavering. "No, Adrian, I'm not giving up. I'm fighting back." Confusion replaced his smug expression. "What are you talking about?" "I've gathered evidence, Adrian, evidence of all the times you neglected me, emotionally abused me. I've documented everything, and I know about your failing career." Adrian's face turned pale, his facade cracking. "You wouldn't dare. You think anyone will believe you?" "They will when they see the evidence. And let's not forget your tarnished reputation at work. How do you think that will play out in court?" I countered. For the first time I saw fear in Adrian's eyes. He had underestimated me, thinking I would quietly retreat. But I was no longer the woman he thought he could control. "Alara, you can't do this to me. I'll lose everything," he stammered, the arrogance gone from his voice. "That's the point, Adrian. You took me for granted, treated me like I was nothing. Now, you'll see what it's like to have nothing," I said, the words tasting of sweet revenge. Adrian's defeat was evident in his slumped shoulders and defeated gaze. He had lost not just the battle, but the war. As I watched him leave, a sense of triumph mixed with sadness washed over me. This was not the life I had envisioned, but it was the one I was left with. Adrian had forced my hand, and I had played it to the best of my ability. The days that followed were filled with legal proceedings and negotiations. But with my evidence and Adrian's crumbling professional life, the advantage was mine. The divorce was finalized in my favor, leaving me with a sense of closure and a fresh start. Adrian, on the other hand, was left to face the consequences of his actions. His career continued its downward spiral, and he was left with little to his name. It was a harsh outcome, but one he had brought upon himself. As I closed this painful chapter of my life, I looked forward to the future with a sense of hope. I had emerged from the ashes of a broken marriage stronger and more determined. Adrian's betrayal had been painful, but it had also been the catalyst for my transformation. I was no longer the woman he had tried to break. I was Alara, reborn and ready to take on the world. In the aftermath of the divorce, my life took on a new rhythm, one that was entirely my own. The shadow of Adrian's presence had dissipated, leaving me with a newfound sense of freedom. I embraced this change, allowing it to reshape my world. It was during this period of transformation that an opportunity arose, an offer to work at our company's overseas headquarters. It was the kind of opportunity I had dreamed of, but had previously set aside for the sake of my marriage. Now nothing held me back. As I prepared for this new chapter, Adrian reached out, his voice a mixture of desperation and false contrition. "Alara, can we talk? I've been thinking maybe we rushed into this divorce." I couldn't help but feel a bitter satisfaction at his words. "Rushed, Adrian? After everything you've done? After everything you said?" He hesitated, then continued. I know I made mistakes, but we can start over. I've changed. The claim was laughable. Changed? Adrian, you only reach out now because you've seen the consequences of your actions. You haven't changed. You're just scared of being alone. His voice cracked, a sign of his crumbling facade. Alara, please? I need you. I've lost my job, my reputation. I have nothing. The irony of his plea was not lost on me. You need me, or do you need someone to fall back on? I'm not your safety net, Adrian. I'm moving on to a better life, a life I put on hold for you. There was silence on the other end, and then a defeated sigh. So this is really it, then? Yes, Adrian, this is it. Goodbye. I ended the call, a final full stop to our conversation and to our relationship. As I boarded the plane to my new destination, I couldn't help but reflect on the journey I had undertaken. From a woman who had loved and trusted to one betrayed and belittled, and now to a woman reborn with strength and independence. The flight was long, but it gave me time to contemplate. I thought about my father, how he had always encouraged me to pursue my dreams. In a way, this move was a tribute to him, a realization of the aspirations he had always supported. Upon arrival, the new environment was a breath of fresh air. The culture, the people, the work, it was all invigorating. I threw myself into my new role with a passion I hadn't felt in years. My colleagues were welcoming, and I quickly established myself as a valuable member of the team. News from back home trickled in. Adrian's life continued its downward spiral, a path he had chosen through his actions. There was no joy in his misfortune, only a stark reminder of the consequences of selfishness and arrogance. As I settled into my new life, I found a sense of peace that had been missing for years. The scars of the past remained, but they were no longer painful. They were reminders of what I had overcome, symbols of my resilience. I occasionally thought of Adrian, wondering if he ever realized the full extent of his mistakes. But those thoughts were fleeting, mere echoes of a past life. My days were filled with new challenges and adventures. I explored my new city, made new friends, and even began to dabble in hobbies I had long neglected. Life was vibrant, full of possibilities. As I looked out at the city skyline one evening, a sense of contentment washed over me. I had faced adversity, fought for my dignity, and emerged victorious. I was Alara, no longer defined by the shadows of a failed marriage, but by the bright promise of a future I had reclaimed. This was not just a new chapter, it was a whole new book. And I was the author, ready to write a story of success, happiness, and true fulfillment.
The conference room felt like a prison cell as I watched 15 years of dedication crumble in front of me. My father's face had turned that particular shade of red I'd grown to dread, while my mother wrung her hands in her lap, avoiding eye contact. I'm Lexi, and until today, I was the creative director of Burke Eco Solutions, our family's sustainability company. The same company I'd given up art school for. The same company I'd poured my heart and soul into since I was 19. These reports are fabricated, I said, spreading the documents across the polished table. Landon's been cutting corners with our suppliers. We're using non-biodegradable materials and marketing them as eco-friendly. My younger brother lounged in his chair, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You've always been jealous of my success, sis, just because you can't handle modern business practices. Modern business practices, I shot back. You mean fraud? That's enough. My father's fist came down hard on the table, making the water glasses rattle. Lexi, these accusations are ridiculous. Landon has increased our profits by 40% since taking over operations. By lying to our customers, everything we built this company on. Times change, my mother interrupted softly. We need to adapt. I pulled up the company website on my tablet, hands shaking. Look at this. 100% sustainable materials. That's a lie. We're no better than the companies we used to criticize. Landon rolled his eyes. God, you're so dramatic. This is business, not your little art projects. The mention of art stung more than it should have. I'd wanted to go to art school since I was 12, but when the family business needed help, I'd put those dreams aside. Now here I was, watching my brother destroy everything we'd built. Dad, I pleaded, remember what you always said. Integrity first, profit second. That was before we nearly went bankrupt, he replied coldly. Landon saved us, by turning us into exactly what we fought against. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. I have proof, real proof. If this gets out... It won't get out, Landon cut in, his voice dangerous, because you're fired. The room went silent. I looked at my father, waiting for him to object, to defend me, to remember all the nights I'd stayed late helping him with paperwork, all the weekends I'd sacrificed. Instead, he nodded. It's for the best, Lexi. You're clearly not aligned with our new direction. New direction? I laughed, but it came out more like a sob. You mean selling out everything we believed in? My mother finally looked up. Please, sweetie, don't make this harder than it needs to be. I'm trying to save our company, I was shouting now, tears burning in my eyes. Our reputation, our legacy. Security will escort you out, Landon said, already typing on his phone. Clear your desk by 5. I looked at each of them. My mother's averted gaze, my father's stern disappointment, Landon's satisfied smirk. 15 years of loyalty, reduced to this moment. You're making a mistake, I said, gathering my things. When this comes out, and it will come out, you'll lose everything. My father stood, his voice ice cold. Get out, Lexi. You're not our daughter anymore. The words hit like a physical blow. I straightened my spine, years of suppressed anger finally breaking free. Fine, but remember this moment, Dad. Remember it when it all falls apart. I walked out of that conference room with my head high, past the shocked faces of employees I'd worked with for years. In my office, I didn't bother taking much, just my personal photos, my sketchbook, and a small potted succulent Riley had given me last Christmas. As security watched me leave, I heard Landon's voice behind me. Don't forget to turn in your keycard, sis. I turned around one last time, meeting his eyes. You know what, Landon? Keep it. You'll need a reminder of how things used to be when this house of cards collapses. The glass doors closed behind me with a final click. Standing on the sidewalk, clutching my sad little box of belongings, I should have felt defeated. Instead, I felt something else stirring. Determination, maybe. Or revenge. My phone buzzed. A text from Riley. Heard what happened. Meet me at Cafe Luna in 20. Think I might have an interesting proposition for you. I smiled, wiping away the last of my tears. They thought they were ending my story, but maybe they were just giving me the push I needed to start a new one. And this time, I'd write it my way. Cafe Luna was packed with the usual afternoon crowd, but I spotted Riley immediately. She always stood out with her signature red blazer and no-nonsense posture, a remnant from her corporate days. As I approached, she pushed a steaming mug across the table. Ordered your usual, double-shot oat milk latte, extra hot. You're a lifesaver, I said, sinking into the chair, though I could use something stronger. Already ahead of you. She pulled out a small flask and discreetly added a splash to both our coffees. Getting fired by your own family deserves at least an Irish coffee. I took a long sip, letting the warmth spread through my chest. How did you hear so fast? Your brother's already bragging about it on LinkedIn. Exciting changes in upper management or some corporate BS like that. Of course he is. I gripped the mug tighter. 15 years, Riley. 15 years of my life, and they threw me away like yesterday's recycling. Their loss? Riley leaned forward, her eyes sparking with that look I knew meant trouble. But maybe it's your gain. Remember Noel Jenkins? The guy who created that solar-powered water filtration system. The very same. He's looking for partners for a new venture. Sustainable products, but with a focus on design and artistry. The minute I heard what happened, I called him. My heart skipped. Riley, I can't. Yes, you can. She pulled out her tablet, sliding it across the table. Look at this proposal. They need someone who understands both sustainability and aesthetics. Someone who can make eco-friendly products beautiful. I scrolled through the documents, my artist's eye catching on the preliminary designs. They were good, but they could be better. My fingers itched to sketch improvements. There's more, Riley said, watching my reaction. Someone wants to meet you. Someone big. Who? Angelina Tran. I nearly choked on my coffee. The Angelina Tran, widow of... The same. She's been following your work at Burke for years. Says you're the only one who stayed true to the original vision. But she never meets with anyone. Not since her husband. She'll meet with you. Tomorrow morning, her estate. Riley's phone buzzed. That's Noel now. He can meet us for dinner tonight if you're free. My head was spinning. 24 hours ago, I thought my career was over. Now, what if I'm not ready? I whispered. What if... Stop. Riley reached across the table, gripping my hand. Remember when I got pushed out of Global Green? You told me something I never forgot. Sometimes being pushed off a cliff teaches you that you had wings all along. I laughed despite myself. That sounds more profound than anything I'd say. Well, you were drunk at the time, she grinned. But you were right. Look at me now, consulting for the top eco firms in the country, making triple what I did before. Sometimes the worst thing that happens to you is exactly what needs to happen. My phone lit up with a text. My mother. Please reconsider. We can work this out as a family. I turned the phone face down without responding. You know, Riley said, watching me, the best revenge isn't destroying your enemies. It's succeeding so spectacularly, they have to watch from the sidelines. I don't want revenge, I said automatically, then paused. Okay, maybe a little revenge. That's my girl. Riley stood, gathering her things. Dinner with Noel at 7 Pines at 7. Wear something that says future CEO who's going to change the world. I don't have anything that says that. Yes, you do. That black dress you wore to the Sustainability Awards last year, the one that made your brother's girlfriend jealous. I smiled, remembering. You're right, I do still have that. Perfect. Riley headed for the door, then turned back. Oh, and Lexi. One more thing. Angelina specifically mentioned your art background. Bring your portfolio tomorrow. My portfolio? But I haven't drawn anything in years. Might want to fix that before morning. She winked. Sometimes the dreams we give up come back around when we're ready for them. After she left, I sat there for a long moment, staring at my reflection in the cafe window. The woman looking back at me didn't look defeated anymore. She looked ready. I pulled out my old sketchbook from the box of office belongings and opened to a fresh page. My hand remembered the motions, even after all these years, as I began to sketch what could be beautiful, sustainable products that didn't compromise either aesthetics or ethics. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Landon. Hope you're not bitter about today. Business is business. I didn't respond. Instead, I kept sketching, each stroke of the pencil feeling like a step forward on a new path. My path. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. Angelina Tran's estate loomed before me, a modernist masterpiece of glass and sustainable bamboo. The security guard checked my ID twice before letting me through the gates, his expression suggesting visitors were rare here. An elderly housekeeper led me through a maze of corridors filled with contemporary art. She stopped at a sunlit conservatory, where a small woman in her 60s sat surrounded by exotic plants, sketching in a leather-bound notebook. Mrs. Tran, the housekeeper announced, Miss Lexi is here. Angelina looked up, her dark eyes sharp and assessing. Right on time. I appreciate punctuality. She gestured to the chair across from her. Sit, tea. Yes, thank you. I perched on the edge of the seat, clutching my portfolio. Green tea, Margaret, Angelina called out, and those almond cookies I like. Once we were alone, she set aside her notebook. So, you finally left Burke. I didn't exactly. You were pushed out, I know. I've been watching your family's company destroy itself for months now. She leaned forward. Show me your portfolio. I handed it over, my hands trembling slightly. She flipped through it slowly, her expression unreadable. These designs, she said, pointing to my newest sketches from last night. When did you do these? Yesterday, after everything happened. Interesting. She turned another page. You know, your father came to me 15 years ago, begging for investment money. This was news to me. He never mentioned, "Of course not. I turned him down." She smiled thinly. "My husband had just died, and everyone thought I would sell our company. Instead, I transformed it into something better, something true to our original vision. I remember, you were the first major corporation to go completely carbon neutral. Yes, and it cost us nearly everything." She closed my portfolio. "Your brother's changes at Burke, they're exactly what my competitors tried to pressure me into. Cutting corners, greenwashing, putting profit over planet." The housekeeper returned with tea and cookies. Angelina waited until she left before continuing. "Last night, you had dinner with Noel Jenkins. How did you—" "I know everything that happens in this industry, dear. What did you think of him?" I thought about our dinner conversation, how Noel's eyes had lit up when I showed him my designs. He's brilliant, passionate, but he needs help with the aesthetic side of things. Yes, Angelina sipped her tea. And you need help with the business side. That's why I called you here. She stood walking to a wall of windows overlooking her magnificent gardens. I'm going to tell you something I've never told anyone. The day my husband died, he left me a letter. He said, "Don't let them turn our dream into their profit." I've spent 20 years honoring that promise. She turned back to me. Now I'm ready to do more. I want to mentor you, Lexi. I nearly dropped my teacup. Me? You have what I had back then, fire, principle. And now, you have nothing left to lose. She smiled. That makes you dangerous. I don't want to be dangerous. I just want to create something meaningful. The two aren't mutually exclusive. She returned to her seat. Your dinner with Noel went well. Riley's on board. Now you need capital, connections, and knowledge. I can provide all three. My heart was racing. Why me? Because you remind me of myself. And because— She hesitated. Your father didn't just ask me for money 15 years ago. He tried to steal my husband's patents while we were still grieving. Did you know that? I felt sick. No, of course not. You were too busy sacrificing everything to save his company. Her voice softened. Sometimes karma needs a little help, don't you think? I set down my teacup. What exactly are you proposing? I'll invest in your venture with Noel, teach you everything I know, open every door. Her eyes glittered. In return, you'll build something so revolutionary, so successful, that Burke Eco Solutions becomes irrelevant. You want me to destroy my family's company? No, dear. I want you to build something better. They'll destroy themselves. She pushed a folder across the table. Here's my offer. Take it home. Read it carefully. I stood on shaky legs, clutching the folder. I'll think about it. Don't think too long. Opportunities like this are like butterflies. Beautiful but fleeting. She walked me to the door. Oh, and Lexi, check page 6 of that folder. I think you'll find the information about your brother's overseas suppliers particularly interesting. As I drove home, my mind was spinning. The folder sat heavy in my bag, full of promises and secrets. My phone buzzed, a text from my mother. Your father's blood pressure is through the roof. How could you do this to us? I pulled over, took out the folder, and turned to page 6. What I read made my decision for me. Sometimes karma does need a little help. 3 months flew by in a whirlwind of meetings, designs, and late-night planning sessions. Our new company, Eden Essence, had taken over the entire top floor of a renovated warehouse. I stood at the window, watching the sunrise paint the sky pink, when Riley burst through the door. They're here, the first prototype samples. Noel followed behind her, carrying a large box. Hot off the sustainable bamboo production line, my hands shook as I lifted the lid. Inside lay our first product line, a collection of home goods that looked more like art pieces than eco-friendly alternatives. I picked up a water pitcher, running my fingers over the organic curves I'd sketched months ago. It's perfect, I breathed. The bamboo glass fusion actually worked, and it's 100% traceable, Noel added, pulling up specs on his tablet. Every component, every worker, every step of production, completely transparent and ethical. Riley was already snapping photos. The pre-orders are going to go crazy when people see these. We've got lifestyle influencers lined up, sustainable living bloggers. My phone buzzed. A news alert about Burke Eco Solutions. I opened it, my heart stopping as I read the headline. Major eco company faces investigation over false environmental claims. Guys, I said, turning my phone around. Look. Riley whistled low. Wow, someone leaked documents about their overseas suppliers. Someone? Noel raised an eyebrow at me. Not me. I set the phone down, though I might know who did. The article detailed exactly what I'd discovered months ago. The toxic materials, the exploited workers, the falsified certificates. Landon's handiwork, all of it. Your timing is impeccable, came a voice from the doorway. Angelina stood there, elegant as ever in her signature black pantsuit. The market is about to have a very large hole in it, one that Eden Essence can fill. Mrs. Tran, Noel scrambled to his feet. We weren't expecting you until the board meeting. I like to surprise people. She walked over to inspect our prototypes. Excellent craftsmanship. The design is inspired. She picked up one of my sketches. You found your voice again, Lexi. Before I could respond, my phone started ringing. Mom's face flashed on the screen. Take it, Angelina said. It's time. I stepped into the hallway, heart pounding. Hello? How could you? Mom's voice was raw. The FBI is here, Lexi. They're going through everything. I didn't. Your brother is being questioned. Your father's in the hospital. His heart, Lexi. His heart. My own heart clenched, but I forced my voice to stay steady. I warned you, Mom. I showed you the evidence months ago. You chose not to listen. We're your family. No, I said quietly. You made it very clear I wasn't family when you chose Landon's lies over my truth. I ended the call and walked back into the office, where Riley was organizing our product launch presentation. You okay? She asked. Better than okay. I picked up one of our prototypes, a solar-powered lamp that looked like a piece of abstract sculpture. Let's change the world. The next few hours were a blur of activity. Our marketing team arrived, photographers set up shoots, and social media started buzzing with teasers. By afternoon, Jocker Eden Essence was trending. Look at this, Noel said, showing me his phone. The top comment on our preview post read, Finally, eco-friendly products that don't look like eco-friendly products. Speaking of looking good, Riley called from her desk, wait until you see tomorrow's Business Weekly. They're running a feature on female entrepreneurs in sustainable tech. Guess who's on the cover? I groaned. Please tell me you're joking. Front page, Angelina confirmed, looking pleased. The former Burke Eco Solutions creative director, now revolutionizing sustainable design. The timing couldn't be better. My phone buzzed again, Landon this time. I declined the call. You know, Noel said, studying our product line, we should send a complete set to Burke Eco Solutions, as a professional courtesy. Riley snorted. Professional courtesy my ass. You just want to twist the knife. No, I said, an idea forming. He's right, but not to twist the knife, to show them what they could have had if they'd stayed true to their principles. Angelina smiled that sphinx-like smile of hers. Now you're thinking like a CEO. I looked around the room. At Riley's fierce loyalty, Noel's brilliant innovation, Angelina's steady guidance, and my own designs finally coming to life. This was what family should feel like. My phone lit up with another news alert. Burke Eco Solutions stock plummets amid scandal. I turned off my phone and picked up my sketchbook instead. Let's focus on tomorrow's launch. We've got a world to change. And for the first time since that day in the conference room, I felt nothing but gratitude for being pushed out. Sometimes you have to lose everything to find what you were meant to build. The launch party for Eden Essence was in full swing. Our renovated warehouse transformed into an eco-chic wonderland. Every major player in sustainable business was there, admiring our products displayed like museum pieces under soft, energy-efficient lighting. Another magazine wants an interview, Riley said, appearing at my elbow with 2 glasses of organic champagne. Forbes this time. I took a sip, watching the crowd. How's the pre-order numbers? Off the charts. We've had to triple our production capacity. She grinned. And Burke Eco Solutions just announced major layoffs. Before I could respond, a familiar voice cut through the crowd. Lexi? My mother stood near the entrance, looking smaller than I remembered in her designer suit. The room suddenly felt too warm. I've got this, Riley said, moving to intercept her, but I caught her arm. No, let her come. Mom wound her way through the crowd, her eyes darting around the space. This is impressive. What are you doing here? I needed to see you. She clutched her purse like a shield. Your father's being indicted. Landon too. They're saying terrible things. True things, I corrected quietly. We need your help, your influence. If you could just speak to some people. Mrs. Burke, Angelina's voice cut in smoothly as she appeared beside me. How lovely to see you after all these years. I trust your husband's blood pressure has improved. Mum's face went pale. You did this. No, your son did this. Your husband did this. I merely ensured the truth came to light. Angelina's smile was razor sharp. Karma, as they say, is a patient businesswoman. We're family, Mum pleaded, turning back to me. Doesn't that mean anything? I set down my champagne glass. It meant everything. That's why it hurt so much when you chose profit over principles, when you threw me away. We didn't. Yes, you did. I gestured to the space around us. But look what happened. I found my real family. People who believe in the same things I do, who support each other instead of tearing each other down. A commotion near the door drew our attention. Landon pushed his way inside, his usual polished appearance notably disheveled. Security, Riley called out, but I waved them off. Let him come. Landon stormed over, his face red. Happy now, sis? Everything we built is falling apart. Everything you destroyed, you mean? I corrected. I tried to warn you. Those documents were confidential. You had no right. I didn't leak them, Landon, but I'm glad someone did. He laughed bitterly, gesturing at the displays. So, this is your revenge? Pretty products for rich hippies. Noel stepped forward. Your sister just secured contracts with 3 major retail chains. These pretty products will be in every major store by next quarter. At prices people can actually afford, Riley added, with complete supply chain transparency. You're finished, Landon, I said quietly. But it didn't have to be this way. You chose this. Your father is sick because of you, Mom cut in. No, Angelina interrupted. He's sick because he couldn't face the consequences of his own actions. Just like he couldn't 20 years ago when he tried to steal my husband's patents. Mom's face went white. How did you— Please leave, I said, suddenly tired. Both of you. Enjoy the party favors on your way out. They're all sustainable, of course. This isn't over, Landon snarled. Actually, it is. I nodded to security, who finally moved in. Your company is facing federal charges, Landon. Maybe focus on finding a good lawyer instead of threatening me. As they were escorted out, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Angelina. You handled that perfectly, she said, like a true CEO. Speaking of which, Riley cut in, the Times reporter is ready for your interview. They want photos with the product line. I straightened my shoulders, smoothed my dress. Let's give them something to write about. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of interviews, congratulations, and partnership offers. Near midnight, as the last guests were leaving, I found myself alone with my core team. To Eden Essence, Noel raised his glass. And to Lexi, who proved that doing good can look good too. To Karma, Riley added with a wink. To family, I said, looking at each of them. The one we choose. My phone buzzed. Another news alert about Burke Eco Solutions, but I didn't open it. I didn't need to. My success wasn't about their failure anymore. It was about staying true to my principles, about creating something meaningful. Ready for tomorrow? Angelina asked, gathering her things to leave. The real work begins now. I looked around at our beautiful space, at the products we'd created, at the team we'd built. Bring it on. As if on cue, Riley's phone chimed. Another major order just came in. They want to feature us in their spring sustainability campaign. I smiled, picking up my sketchbook. Then we better get to work. I have some new designs in mind. The night view of the city sparkled through our windows, full of promise and possibility. Sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. It's living well, on your own terms. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters when I arrived. 6 months had passed since our launch, and today was Landon's sentencing hearing. I hadn't planned to come, but something pulled me here. Miss Burke, the reporters surged